Okay, welcome everybody to the second day of the Collaborative Game Histories seminar. We have a very interesting program today as well. We started yesterday down in the auditorium with a more academic program. Today it's more about community outreach and all the different kinds of communities that the Finnish Museum of Games has worked with. My name is Niklas. I'm a curator and a researcher at the Finnish Museum of Games. Just a couple of things before we start. Our keynote by Anna-Kaisa is regrettably cancelled due to an emergency, so we will have a little bit longer lunch break, or we can extend this program longer if there's lots of questions, so we don't need to hurry in that way. But otherwise, the program is going to be here in this room. Except for Toni Kaven's presentation at 2:30 will be in the Game Museum at the so-called arena. We have all kinds of nice stuff here, some gifts if you want to take books with you. This one is called The Realm of Games by Elina Lappalainen. It's donated to us by Neo Games, and we give this away for all seminar goers if you want to take one of these. Or we also have the Pelikasvattajan käsikirja if you're interested in this one. And also Scrolly has brought some Scrolly Issues International issues with them. So those are all up for grabs. We also have a very interesting showcase department on this side. There's Wikimedia Suomi, Wikimedia Finland. You can go and talk to them about their doings, and they also present at the end of the day in this room. And the same is true about the Pelikone Playonit, and co-founder of the Finnish Museum of Games, Mikko Heinonen, will be here, and also give a tour of the museum and also present in the afternoon. And the third group that is here is the Kasettilainen group. You can go and ask them what they actually do, and it's really interesting, and they can tell you more in the afternoon as well. The National Library was supposed to also be here, but they don't have this kind of showcase environment, but they will have a presentation in the afternoon. So, I guess that's about it from me. So next I would like to introduce our first speaker for these communities as curators thing, and we can use over 1 hour of time if we want to. So we have 3 speakers, so maybe about 15 minutes of presentations, and then we can have 5 to 10 minutes of questions. And the interesting thing here, I think, is that all these people have made exhibitions to the studio space of the Finnish Museum of Games together with us, and I think it's really nice to have you here to talk about that. But we'll start with and also another small change in the program. It's not Cosvision, it's Lunator Cosplay and Petra.
My name is Reima Mäkinen, and first I'm sorry to say that I need to read from the paper because I want to get something to say. How much do I have time?
15 minutes about for your talk, and then there's 5 to 10 minutes of questions.
So we organized this exhibition on the same space, this small studio space, and here are some my thoughts about, from my point of view, about the home computer culture of the beginning of the 80s. First, I must say that it was a big honor to get to be able to curate this exhibition, and I like, in general, remembering, and I see the value of the history and all this project. Maybe I see it more clearly now after doing this. Before it was just sort of a small interest group who was remembering this, and now it got more, more fame on this part of the history. And this exhibition, making it really made me to think really hard on those days back, in 35 years ago. And I must also stress that this community does not exist anymore, because it was really in the beginning of the 80s when we started it, and very quite fast it faded out. So to make this happen, we need to reconnect with the people and try to find the people. And actually, it was something close to the end of the exhibition, or was it? No, it was in the openings when first time we actually met some of the people of this community. So because we were scattered, living all around Finland, and we just sent letters to each other, and maybe occasionally made some phone calls, but that was it. So I'll talk about my thoughts about this past community. Luckily, we still have these printed documents, altogether something like 300 pages of text drawings, comics, and game listings. Otherwise, it had been too difficult to track down the memories of 30 years ago. It's a long time to think back your life. I don't remember how many members this community Mikromaakarit had, because we first started it as non-recorded or non-official thing, but then we made it official by starting an association around it. And it had something like less than 50 members, and plus that we sold more of these magazines. Altogether, the circulation was something between 100 and 150 at the best. And the exhibition last in the beginning of this year, it consisted on material from these magazines. I started to make the magazine with Petri Tuomola. Petri is here on the left, and the group we managed to gather to write the magazine was pretty much scattered around the country. A lot of people, one lived in Pori, me and Petri lived in Tampere when we started, but pretty soon I moved to Kankaanpää to study there, and it was like 2 hours by bus from Tampere. So, and one of our members, P-members, Tuukka, lived in Prague. He was studying there, and the people nearby, Jyväskylä nearby Turku, and so on. But I would say that the incoherency of the desk was both a strength and weakness for the magazine. Here you can see Petri and Antti and Tuukka from left to right. It's hard to describe how all the computer enthusiasts were really secluded and isolated those days. The nerds or geeks were not even characterized yet, so at least I think in Finland we didn't have a name. They were so-called nerds at the time. People just normal people. So actually we didn't have any interest group one could identify with. I could even claim that there were no home computer culture in 1982 when we started to make the magazine. And with this community we didn't have any other activities besides making this magazine. Here's Tuukka making some adjustments for my computer, actually making some kind of cartridge or something for it, because I was not so tech savvy. I couldn't make the hardware things so much, but Tuukka was our key member on that field. On some level we understood we were different because our fascination on machines. If I look at us, computer affinations, frequent age and backgrounds, we shared only the curiosity to the new things, computers. home computers were a bit like toys, but they promised a lot more than anything before that. Even the commercialism related to computers was in infancy, so it was not so commercialized. It sort of the magazines, the machines were sold in bookstores, if I recall, and then later it became like more computer specialized shops. All in all, there were no real reason to buy a computer, but only interest to learn to play with it and to be able to understand it. For somebody it was maybe to learn to program, but for us it was the computer was maybe a tool to get what we wanted to make games and to make animation and stuff like that. Here's my workstation those days. So the driving force for us and for me was to do animation and games. You understand this, that before the computers, this hardly was possible. So to make animation, it was really difficult to make games. You could make board games. As a kid, I made some board games, but now I could make some computer games. And there were this machine called Pong or something like that, TV games, stuff we had seen before, but they were more. They were not so advanced as these computers were, and the ability to make the animation by yourself and the game by yourself was really something different. So I was a young art school student, and I was fascinated by these graphic possibilities, even though they were really limited at those times. Still, here you see me programming. And for this exhibition, at the same time when we tried to find the people, we tried to find some material like photos and related stuff, not to make the exhibition only based on the magazines, but to get something extra for the exhibition. Unlike the other activists or leaders, so-called leaders on the other computer clubs in Finland, those days we were teens and youngsters. I've learned later that indeed there were some other computer clubs, but in those days it wasn't so easy to get the information on this either. I was saying that compared to them, we were basically mostly doing things that kids are interested in. So we were eagerly exploring games, music, drawing, animation, and word processing, all the potential of the computers of that time. Next, I tried to summon some of the ideas that defined our activities during those days. Here, by the way, I'm making some article for the magazine. Of course, I do it by the typewriter. I'd say we had an urge to find more information on computers and how they could be programmed, and that was not easy either. So we tried to find some magazines from Britain or from USA too. And they were on sale on some kiosks or some bookstores quite fast when all this home computer mania started in Finland. We were mainly interested on sharing. Selling or setting up a company was not on the table. We were competing with each other on making games. So we were competing on ideas, the code, graphics, and stuff like that. So to compare with what the friend had done and maybe try to do it better or make it look better. all in all, the appreciation on animation and graphics was high. We saw the possibilities on making and playing adventure games with the machines of the area. The machines were so limited, so the animated games were really simple, but the machines were adequate to make some role-playing games, sort of role-playing games, because the Dungeons and Dragons was new thing at the time, or was recently came, so it was quite natural to use the computer to emulate that. The appreciation on coding with assembler was constantly raising because the machines were so slow. We needed to use more like machine codes to make them go faster. We hyped or marketed the games we published on the magazine by extra graphics and background stories, and this could be seen as a simply form of branding. This is the listing and the representing of the game you saw in the first slide. This was how it was shown in the magazine. It also was in the cover of the magazine. And the last thing, we had a contradictory attitude towards piratism. So somebody was moral, somebody. So we understood the rights for the artist, but on the other hand, it was very difficult to get any games or any programs. So in practice, we needed to break those laws. So those two ways. The magazine started as a media to share games and thoughts, funny thoughts. Already those days, the technical progress was fast. Micropost magazine became less and less topical because we could not keep up with the pace of development. In the last issues, there were no game listings at all, but more articles about the game culture in general. The beginning of the 80s was still mostly analog, but the computers gave us the first outlook to the digital age. This was pretty much what I've written here, so if you have questions, I'll gladly answer now.
Thank you very much. So, questions. We have time for questions. Anybody want to ask something?
You also made a comic with bit funny called Okiota Tiesi liikaa. Could you say something about that?
Yeah, it was. I first personally coined it as a first Finnish computer-made comic strip, and we had this also this spin-off exhibition on comics of Micropost there at the other space. And so, as I said, I was studying at the Kankaanpää Art School at the time, and I was living with this young woman who was also an artist, and she made this sort of sketch for it, and we together had an idea to make this. And in Tampere there was this magazine called Sarjari, which published those comics. I was also the starting member of this association, and I was used to make magazines with this, like comics magazines and all kind of fanzines. So it was published in Sarjari, and I used my new printer to print it out. So it was quite difficult. There's some article on the internet about this, how it all was made, so I don't go into the details. Did this answer to your question?
I wrote an article.
Okay.
Okay, any other questions?
Yes, please.
Very, very tiny one. Maybe you can switch back to the first slide. And I'm just wondering the style of the title of the exhibition. So why have you designed it that way? So what is the background of this?
You mean the 3583 bytes 3?
Yeah.
So it's from the VC printer of a big computer. So there were these matrix printers, so which produce the graphics like this. And also I gathered all my thoughts that were left, all the memories that were left to after making these magazines. We had these 8 magazines. The one was like double issue. So this was issue number 10 and the 9th magazine, and I gathered all the memories about the time on this.
Maybe another question. The last issue we are seeing here, it's somehow labeled Nostalgia number 9.
Yeah.
What does that mean?
Nostalgia. I mentioned that there were no game listings. There were more stories about board games, and sort of it was like 2 years after we had started. So the nostalgia, like remembering the arcade games, the late 70s and beginning of the 80s. So like it was nostalgic from 84 to beginning of 80s.
Digital games. So that's somehow the first sign that kind of a historization has started within the community. Only 5 years after the whole thing started, you came out with that issue, Nostalgia.
Yeah, but because I thought that we were generally interested on games, so and we hadn't written too much about board games and stuff like that.
Okay, it's about analog games.
Yeah,
this issue.
Trivial Pursuit was just new at the time, and there was some image of that. And I also met one game designer, very famous Finnish game designer at those times, who lived in Porvoo, and I went to interview him, and he had this archive of over 1,000 games he had invented, and there was a story about him.
So somehow, with that issue, you trace back the roots of digital games into the analog area.
Yeah, very, very simple, and the way we could do it. But anyway, and we had some game, how do you say, reviews on games. Maybe the first reviews of games in Finland. There was some general technical magazine that had reviewed some games before that, but after the second or third issue we had in every issue we had these game reviews. So, and that was new at the time too, because there was no media for home computers or for games or anything at those days. Anybody else?
Maybe I didn't get it right, and you said it already, but Micropost was about digital games, but also I think a lot about the technical issues of home computing back then. Can you maybe estimate the percentage of each topic, how much it was game related, how much percent, and how much it was more technical questions which are...
I would say it was not too technical. There were, in every issue there was maybe in general 1 or 2 stories or articles about how to make some small gadget or something. But then there were game listings, 1 or 2 maybe per issue. Maybe I recall maybe 20 or 30 games we published with these listings, and then there was articles about all the game culture. We made some when we were traveling to UK and to Denmark. We wrote an article about that. How could you find any games from these places, and anything related to games, and also to music and adventure games. And
but how then, if it's so much focused on games, how I can understand the title of the whole thing, Micropost, because that gives me at least the impression that it was more technical thing.
Yeah, it was about
the new microcomputers.
yes.
But the content is very much game related and very less technical.
Yeah, but I don't know what would people on those days think about when they think about microcomputers. They were mostly on games.
So
you couldn't do anything else with them.
That of course would be a logical
because the word
conclusion of this setup.
The word processing was very simple and
early
you couldn't do anything.
times microcomputing has meant gaming.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, that was the time.
That's true.
Anybody else?
Okay, thank you again, Reino. This was really
So, we move on to the last talk of this segment, and next we have Elina Koskinen, who is here to talk about her experiences in making the Mind Game History exhibition. And let's see if we can find your slides here.
Okay, thank you. So my name is Elina Koskinen, and I'm here to talk about my game history, which was a course and exhibition here in the end. And first, a little bit about me. I was a student back then when we made this exhibition, but now I've graduated. Yes, I'm a Master of Arts, majoring in philosophy, and now doing my PhD in game studies about Pokemon Go and memorable game experiences. And here, I have been a player maybe all my life, but sometimes I played a little less, sometimes a bit more. And here's a picture of me, maybe from the start of my playing career. But my mother said that they didn't actually put any money to this machine, but so I'm not really playing, but still I'm quite focused here. And then about the course. The course, my game history, was organized in the University of Tampere in 2017 and 2018, led by Anna-Kaisa Pultiman, Jarkko Stenros. And I was in this 2018 batch. So we had 13 students in each course, so in total we had 26 game histories, which were also published in a exhibition catalog. I was maybe circling it. There you go. And yeah, we had 2 different exhibitions in the end in Finnish Museum of Games. And a little bit about the process. This is the process of the one I participated in. So the course started in November 2017, and in like 2 months we had the exhibition ready. So it was quite intensive time, and the exhibition was open like 2 months. And the first task we got on the course was to write 1,000 words of my game history, and I think in the beginning I wrote more than 1,000 words, so I had to cut it down for the course. And the next class's homework was to write your game history in 1,000 characters, so it was super difficult because I had problems in even writing the 1,000, cutting to the 1,000 words. So here's how it kind of felt. When I had 1,000 words, I could talk about all these things, like how I played 200 hours of Pokemon Crystal, and the last time when I tried to play it, the game thing had run out of battery, so my save was lost. That might have happened to some other people too. And in the 1,000 words version, I could talk about Alias and how it's my favorite board game and the reasons for that. And also I like to mention Candy Crush Saga here because I didn't actually write about it at all, and my teacher Anna-Kaisa Pultiman was asking me Elina, why didn't you do that? Because she knows that I played it quite a lot, and like in level 2,000 or something. But somehow I felt it's not as important or memorable for me as these other things, and maybe that's kind of interesting because I have spent a lot of time with that. But yeah, I had 1,000 words, and then I had 1,000 characters, but fortunately we also had 2 smaller texts that we could write, about 500 characters, and we had also a photo and 2 items in the exhibition, and we were allowed to collect like 5.5 minutes of sound, which made it easier to present all these things that I wanted to tell about my game history. Especially the sound helped a lot because I was able to include like Unreal tournaments, the beginning music that I liked a lot, and some sayings from my favorite character in Crash Team Racing, Coco, and my favorite, maybe all-time favorite song of video games, Just Jackrabbit's Tube Electric. And I think I ended my something with Mass Effect's Shepard's I Should Go line. So yeah, we managed to fit quite many things in this exhibition, even though the character limit was quite small. And here's an example of one of the smaller texts. So this was 500 characters in Finnish at least. Our parents came up with different rules and to restrict our playing. We were allowed to play only 1 hour per day. This rule was regulated with an egg timer, many of which were broken throughout the years. We were not allowed to play before we spent 1 hour outside. I sometimes stood still outside in wintertime and waited for the hour to pass by. I don't know if I did this regularly, but I just have this very vivid memory of one time that I did it, and like I'm standing here and maybe trying to make a statement to my parents, like why do you make me do this? I just want to play. When I sometimes wasn't able to play daily, I started to keep book of how many play hours I have saved, so I could use them later. But soon it turned out that you couldn't save on playtime according to my parents. So we had all these rules we tried to fight with my brothers. This was the photo I chose for the exhibition. It's a like kind of video game level made of Legos, made by my brother. He did this a lot for me and my other brother. So and this was he was especially proud of this, so he took a lot of pictures of this. And we played these through, like I think this was our game character, so we started from here and proceeded from there. And here are my 2 items that I chose for the exhibition. The first one is not kind of, well, maybe codes, but it's something that we needed to be able to play Commander Keen 6, Aliens Ate My Babysitter, because you had to, before you could play the full game, you had to, for some reason, type the name of the monster that was in the game. So I think my mother or father asked one of their co-workers to print these codes for us so we could play the game. And yeah, it was very much used. You can see ketchup here and some notes. And then we also had this PC game book that we read so much that it's almost like broken. And it had also a game CD, so we played also those games. Then about building the exhibition. So the exhibition looked something like this, or one wall looked like this. So each of us had 7 of these plates, like one telling our name and when we were born and where we lived as a kid. And then we had the small game history text, the 1,000 characters text, and then we have these 2 other smaller texts, 500 characters, and then the pictures of the items and the photo we have chosen. And we also had the items there on display. You can see my PC game book, and I think my cheat codes are there. And we also were exhibition artifacts. So I spent 2 days in the exhibition, kind of display that this is my history, and I was we were supposed to like try to talk to the customers of the museum that please tell me about your game histories and something like that, but that was quite difficult and awkward. But we did our best. It's also the exhibition space is quite small, so when we were there, it was easier to take contact to other people. But I felt at least that after that they didn't maybe spend too much time there. They didn't concentrate on reading those things after that because we were there kind of staring at them or something. So maybe it didn't work out like we had planned, but yeah, it was still super nice to spend 2 whole days in the museum, and I finally got to read like through everything in the game museum. And the exhibition visited several places after it was in the Finnish Game Museum. some other museums and libraries. And yeah, the exhibition catalog is going somewhere here, and you can also get it for free on the internet, unfortunately only in Finnish. And yeah, the last thing I want to talk about, like what was the message of this exhibition? What did we want to say with this exhibition? So, each of us have our own valuable game histories. Games are part of our everyday lives, hence they are part of culture. And in the exhibition you could see how does playing feel to some of us, what is meaningful in play to some of us, and who do we play with. And you could also see how game history is shaped throughout from childhood to adulthood. And maybe the most important point and why this exhibition was so special was that by concentrating on experiencing these games and how they are truly personal, this exhibition challenges these more common game histories that concentrate on equipments and titles and genres. So I'd like to end with that thought. Thank you.
Questions? We have time for questions, anybody?
So, like, people who answered the question about what was their game history, what was their first attitude when asking the question?
Maybe I didn't like straightforwardly ask like what is your game history, but somehow tried to small talk. And I think people found from the items in the museum some things that were reminding them of their youth. I think many people, these are go-go's. That picture is a bit bad, but many people were saying like, yes, I had those also as a kid. And like I think it was easier to connect with the things that they were mentioned there or were on display there.
Sorry if I missed, but the 5.5.
Yeah. Yeah, sorry, I forgot to mention. Yes, we had an old school CD player there. So we burned CD with our tracks there.
It's quite nice because it's so little
Yeah. Yeah, but you couldn't actually connect whose music it was because it was just
Okay.
we didn't say in the beginning, this is me.
Was there any copyright?
We asked from Teosto and they said it's okay.
Like, there's the all those games.
I'm not sure, I wasn't the one responsible for that, so I don't know.
Okay, any more questions?
Do you think that this sort of approach of doing it would be something that could be sort of outsourced or serialized or scaled? Like how much do you need it to happen with specifically educated game students, with teachers? Like how much of that is sort of support structure or scaffolding is required, and how much of that is standalone and happen?
You mean if we could just ask in the internet people to send these things? I guess it could work, but then do you know if it's how real is it, or is someone trolling, or? But yeah, I think you could do it.
Yeah, I could continue on that. I think that's a good question and something that, because the exhibition was so good and we had so nice experiences of it at the Finnish Museum of Games, that sort of also made us think a lot about how we should build collections around play and player stories more than collections around games and game making. So it would be nice to see a whole exhibition, a big exhibition, like hundreds of square meters, only of stories that players have. That kind of. Do you have any ideas on that? Would you go to a museum like that?
I would, I think.
Related kind of question or comment on that. Was there any diversity in the background of people displayed here? Because it would be very nice to see how the histories change when you come from a different country, when you're a different age and stuff like that.
Yeah, well, we were all Finnish university students, and the age range probably wasn't like huge because we were all students. But yeah, when I was applying for this course, because it was something you applied for, it was said that they try to choose students with very varied backgrounds to represent like a lot of different backgrounds. But I think in the end, maybe there wasn't so many applicants. I don't know if like anyone had to be left out, at least from my batch. I'm not sure.
Related question also. I did a project online where I presented stories about game history, and I noticed that it's kind of related to the topic that we discussed earlier. The online survey might be possible. I noticed that people are more active of answering or telling their story when the other stories are heard. You know, once you say, oh, it was in Finland, this was the same story, and then somebody in Czech Republic, somebody in way different countries like Europe, made a comment that, hey, like, in our country, like this thing, something like that kind of happened. And I also remember I did the same thing when I went to business school. And I was bored, like, I never played this, but I played this in Korea. So I thought that was a very multicultural connection that could happen. So yeah, like, do you have any like ideas of expanding this project? What's the ongoing idea for this?
I haven't thought of it because I was a student in this course, so I didn't really thought like further past that.
Yeah, maybe from the museum side, this is something that we want to work with more in the future. I don't know, have any concrete plans at the moment, but probably when sometime we in the future we renew the whole exhibition of the Finnish Museum of Games, player stories are going to be more central to it. Probably. Okay, we still have time for questions.
I think this question is also a little bit around so I think that if, like, by doing this in a controlled setup with teachers, try to diversify, you can do something about it. If you would set it free, you would get an insane self-selection bias. Right? So you would get, again, people who love it, who go to this thing, you would probably not get people to tell you the story of, well, I really like video games, but then my brothers took over a console and I stopped. You know, which is just, that's a story that I would think would be super important, but you'll never get it. Right? So it's...
Yeah, as I said in the application process, Anna-Kaisa and Jaakko had written like, even if you just play Murky in summers and you want to discuss that Swedish game, like yard game, you should definitely like apply to this course because we are interested in that aspect also.
Okay. One last question, or is it time for a break? Seems to be time for a break. So, thank you again. Maybe some quick notes here. We have some of these, the exhibition catalog from the 3x3 exhibition. Also on the table. Thank you, Reima. These are also up for grabs, and because of the cancellation in the program, we will continue at 1:30 here in this space. So that there's going to be an extended lunch break. The cafeteria here in Vapriki is open. The prices for the weekend are higher. So maybe if you want to have a more budget lunch, there's also places nearby that you can go to, and I'm sure you have the time to do that with the time we have now. Also, our showcase people are here. Now is a very good opportunity to go and talk with them. There's all kinds of interesting stuff happening, and you will also hear about these projects in the afternoon. But, okay, extended lunch break. Let's meet back here at 1:30. Thank you. Niin olisi, mä en tiedä. Tai sitten tehdään niin, että puheenjohtajalla on headsetia ja vaihtoehtoja.
Tästä on tila järjestetään. Tuon pöydän takana.
Koska se pöydän edessä syyttää vähän, niin pitää valtavaa siirtoa. Niin pitää valtavaa siirtoa.
Joo, sekin varmaan se tulee. Tai niin kuin, että mä katsottiin yhdessä tulemaan. Että harmi, että sun ei ehtinyt tulemaan, mutta siis ei mitään. On tosi kivaa. Ei ole, se meni jonnekin. Joo. Ei sinänsä kyllä mä ajattelin, että mä pikkuhiljaa lähden kotia kohti.
Odota, saatiin sen mutta ei ole mitään.
Joo, ei mitä mä katsoin. Varsinkin tai jotain miten aina kun syödään sinne. Eiköhän se taas ei mitään. Ei muuta kuin hyvää päivää.
Joo, kiitos ottamasta valtaa. Kiitos 990. Mä soitin.
I used to work there, so I kind of know that story of the design.
Ettei heille ei ole sellaisia kauppaa. Mutta ei se mitään osaa. Joo, se oli vaan haukka. Siitä yhdessä. Koska on Retrofits. No ei oo. Onko sit outoa, että se on meidän? Matkalla tulee tumma verenpiikki. Niin. Kaikki
What is the definition? What more scope is it
Saanko sä Elina sun roolissa? Saanko on tuo reina?
Mä sulla soittaa tekemässä näyttelua. Vilhelmina on mikrofon vai? Joo. Olen selvä. Varmasti yhteydessä niin kaikkea kieltä naisissa ainakin naisiin kohdalla jossain kahdella. Ihmiset on se, että on vähän odotetaan.
Let's talk about Prax, game addiction.
Joo, siis joku mä muistin, että kahvaa jossa on WhatsApp miettiä. Vähän. Sitten mä lähdin niin. Niin on, se on muuten tullut monta vuotta.
Yeah, working on it. Yeah, exactly.
Pitäisi olla niin paljon vaivaa tietyissä puolueissa. Tässä on milloin se vaikka. Kaikki menee ihan hiljaiseksi. Aika hilkuta leikki. Onkohan se ihan... Millainen se ihminen se nyt on? Niin, Nikki on kyllä, no niin. Kyllä se on muutakin. Pesänpyykki. Niin.
Transits. Game addiction, bounce back and forth.
Joo, käsittää kuulostaa kyllä niin päin.
How game addiction started out as a joke.
And then like, yeah, also in the beginning, so, like, medical. Yeah, I wrote this before it was finalized. Obviously, the professor looked at glimpse of it, read the introduction. I spent and also, so I almost read the introduction, but I thought it was very interesting concept. Yeah, because it kind of goes back and forth and it snowballs all the way. So because I also really thought.
So now, why do I do that? Travelers with funding from the WHO. So that increases the influence of Japan on the agenda setting in Japan. So it's like, okay, wow, I didn't know that it was something like that.
Right, because in Korea, like there's all this like media coverage about this was after the succeeds, the Worldwide Health Organization is finding game addiction, therefore the game companies have knowledge. But then we didn't actually, they didn't went behind how this was conducted, how it was decided.
For example, people have been writing they're already problems having some more works because they are coping with struggles of the problem much this is a more complex discussion in the sense that yes, there is game design elements and there's sort of toxic game design and exploitative game design that is very much meant to exploit players and cause them to behave in ways that are detrimental to them and their health and their careers, their families and their lives. And the games industry needs to take responsibility for themselves, or we need to regulate it, we need to stop so many things around boxes, around times, apps that trigger you to play now, or wake up at night, or come back at certain moments, or like there's a lot of like toxic design that needs to stop, and that is exploiting players and pushing them deeper in, and I have material about that as well. But on the other hand, that is not the main cause for game addiction. So it's not just one or the other, it's more complex than that. You have parts of things in game design and in games culture that are but they by themselves don't cause this. You would also yes, exactly. You just start with, oh, look at video games.
And it also kind of like so there are quite a lot of game Korean game developers now working in Finland, and this topic raised up in our paper discussing about that because these are the people who spend most of their career making boxes play monetization. So this is on their system. This is how they learn and build themselves throughout their career. And then we were discussing about, okay, so we might have to get a different type of system in place. But then how? Because like for the people who spend 20 years of their career on this type of system, breaking this bubble or is a huge thing. So that also led me to my like letters to our question. How do we do this?
However,
Se on varmaan sensuroitu versio siinä.
Se, joka on rikki sen takia, että sitä on sensuroitu. Se on hänellä oli myös
Everybody knows that.
Video connection.
Right, and then you can talk destroying some of the site. So
then I can control everything.
like nobody has an actual ethical moral point to here, but what is happening there would be okay. Everybody knows what's happening. Math instruction, math
tässä on mitä tää Pekka sanoo tästä. Palatakseni aiheeseen.
So they have an example for what they mean when they say vulnerable groups studying inequality. That comes from a recruitment from American for-profit universities that seek out people in vulnerable situations and sell them to shitty university education that doesn't help them at all, like Trump University. And it doesn't actually do anything but access to student topics and drains students. So and they have recruited handbooks for how to find people when you call them on the phone. And in those books, it says, we are looking for for decision-making skills. We have all the lookout of their situation changing for the better in the future. We are looking for
Tuossa seisookin olit software developers.
That's
good by themselves because the Google advertisement has already learned which and they might be way else for you shit. So it's such a fine for exactly those people. Last guy is how to see a house and for a lawyer he's getting that person situation even like that. Typically way else let's push some that's already happening because the system does that by itself. That's what it's called. So if you are going to the box and you're like, oh yeah, but you just take some money, you can just pay for us what you want. You're lazy assholes. That is the dark side of the games industry. But the thing is that it's really hard. You are constantly and everybody else doesn't really
That was a huge discussion. Like a self-motivation.
China regulators show what's in loot boxes before selling them. then Lizard said, okay, you know what, we're not selling Overwatch boxes, we're selling gold coins. And if you buy 100 gold coins, you for free, you get 5. Yeah, exactly. So it doesn't look like there's just like this, hey, we passed a law, and this took us some time, blah, blah, blah. And then the industry was like,
in Korea, they announced that it's actually now regular. You have to post the percentage of how like each item is will be.
yes.
And I think NC stock was backslash so much because obviously the loot boxes is huge income. So some of the items are like 0.00002% to get. And that item is on the top of the advertisement. Of course. So that was actually in the parliament hearing session. Yeah, like CEO came in and then the politician was bombarding it. But then like, you know, it's a corporate friendly party versus, you know, like a civic party, and then this is not about like right or left, because this was pretty much like beyond the regular political structures. Just because you are conservative doesn't mean necessarily you're biased. It was a very interesting solution.
If you're honestly conservative, then you should be pro-customer. Because you're supposed to be for honest competition. You should make everything around conservatism is built on capitalist logics, people taking empowered, knowledgeable decisions in the marketplace, and keeping probabilities secret from people is not the thing that makes them take knowing decisions. So it
the position was totally reversed in the topic of the game, which was also very odd. Like the expectations were, you know, political guidelines was so dramatically reversed during the hearing session, which also like gave me an odd. Kind of gave me the notice that you know.
Like the left people are why? They don't know all the data.
Yeah, they don't know. And I think that's the important.
So, yes, best practices, the white paper. I have been talking to the Swedish Games the organization about this, and they say that to be honest, they would be in favor of this because they kind of sick and tired to argue for gambling, but they don't. Their members won't sign anything that is going towards regulation. But I'm thinking that it needs to happen anyways, because if the industry doesn't self-regulate, then there's a exactly, that are just like ham-fisted. Yeah, exactly. And this is what's going to happen. The next politician needs like to go like family values, video games, violence, addiction, blah blah blah. And that so I would say that it makes sense to talk to researchers and talk to people who do games and ethics and stuff like that, and set up an actual system for where you can say, okay, our best practices are these, and then we have already some recommendations. Simple things, stuff that some companies are already doing. Japan already has rules that you per one amount of time, like in 1 month, they only spend a session on mobile. Like that's one thing. It's a gambling company, they and my friends. They have the gambling machines on ferries in Finland. Yeah, exactly. They set up now a maximum loss per person. So one person cannot lose more than, I think, 20,000 euros. Which is a lot of money still, right? Yeah, but at least it's a step in the right direction. Right? Like it's 20,000 euros loss. And there should be, and there's regulations like, oh, if suddenly you're spending apps like crazy in local Swedish gambling apps, they will see that, and then somebody's going to call you and ask, what's happening? Right? So there is an infrastructure in place, but that doesn't exist for games in the same way yet. So there's ideas of what that could look like, but the industry doesn't want to do it. So they will just get stuck with whatever some uninformed legislator is going to be decided.
I think you're in a quite very awkward position somewhere in between government stamp
Yes, you're now on the screen.
Like you have to mediate this problem.
Yeah,
But
but
then, like, are they willing to
also have one of our
research? Is the company willing to do so?
yeah.
I'm always stuck in the middle. Like, I can sense your frustration.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, like,
Yes,
it's like you're stuck in the middle.
yes, and I'm trying to make like a sensible argument and come out with the best solution, and not my solution. Like it's not about I want to win. Like I'm not approaching this what's the best solution for me. I'm approaching this what's the best solution for everybody.
Yes.
So, but it's really difficult because then I'm in between both. Like, you have some points, but you also need to concede some things and actually do something. And yeah, that's anyway, sorry, now I give you my rant.
Yeah, so your university is
Yes, Uppsala.
okay.
So you have my card. If you are interested, it's not that common. And you have heard from my comments as well that like I'm doing something with exhibitions of games, but I also want to show also the dark sides, not just the happy things. Right? Like both of them needs to be. So and that is one of the things. As you mentioned, there's nothing about programming or game addiction. And if there would be, then I would be very interested in doing something like that has actually some sort of coverage in science that shows the ongoing discussion and the different ways. We have, for example, now in the session where I worked with a little bit in Tekniska Museet in Stockholm, we have a sample from a former informant of mine from my research paper who was talking about in his life as a schematic, sort of on a so recorded like short blog post on interview, and that's part of the museum, and there's a little bit about so some of my research has made it in there, which is nice. Right, so that in their space you can read it and you can show it and you can say, hey, we have people. We had a seminar arranged where we had him speaking as a sort of former addict, like a former self-defining addict. We had psychologists, we had media researchers, and we had this discussion with sociologists, and I have a discussion about is this addiction, how should we treat it, how should we represent it. So we're trying to lift it up, but it's not happening.
It's a slow process.
Yep.
So it needs to happen decades of Korea, like before, and also this snowballing in between.
Yeah, that's fine.
It's like, hey, like something's going on over there. It was a huge topic. Like, because that also relates to the important.
Yeah, but I mean they're adults. You know, just tear off that band-aid, open your eyes, listen to the research, realize what you're doing, and then decide if you want to do ethical stuff or if you want to be a tech. But you can't keep going, oh, I don't know about it, it's not like it's not there, like it's still there.
And I really appreciate the things that you're doing. I know it's I just finished my master's. I'm trying to find another.
Are you going to have a research position here?
I live in Helsinki, in Aalto University. I just finished my master's. Here, which I think is way better than researching here. If I want to be a game researcher, this is like that's what I'm trying to bring there. Just like to find a good topic that I want to dive into my passion. That's a good position. It's like you're stuck in the middle, and definitely everyone Not many. Is the game production research that you're more it's really not so much
muutaman kerran vuodessa tapaaminen.
Sanoiko joku ajan kanssa tästä, kun tekin jotain viimeisiä, niin oli vain juttuja, että on vaikka istun tästä rakennettu näihin hyvän.
Tämä on koettanut rajoittaa tämän viharrastuksen. Tietenkin saisi aika paljon aikaisemmin, jos tekisi sellaisia pankkeja. Tästä pyritään sitähän se menee.
On puhuttu, jos jotain että sillä on kauan. Sekin kun pitäisi tuossa aika monen rakentaa eteen.
Itse asiassa
varmaan tosi laadukasta jälkeen.
venäläiskulttuurissa ja huomioissa
jos me vuorotellaan, niin vaikka ensin. Joo, mä voin jäädä vahtiin. Voi pysähtyä automaattisesti. Joo, pitäisi. Niin. Jos katsot, että tuolla lukee spottaa jotain.
Sen aikaa on kippa annosta. Se on tommia tänne, mikä itse vaihe on.
Auta miten suojelmaa silloin. On tonttua. No. Minkä helvetin äänipaso? Se on jotain tosiaan vähän uusi vielä. Ensimmäinen on todella miljoona softaa, mikä se kaikki salasena on, kaikki on tähän mennessä saanut sormenjälkeen. Otan sormenjälkeen on vähän paskaa tai sisäsavuuksia jossain
Only that I don't click on it and here maybe I can
Yes, we're aiming through the spotting museum.
but there is.
There is,
Because they
You have a point here. You have a point here. It's not one of our central social needs. We could, yeah. It's an issue with the...
Yeah, of course. I understood that somehow you have a more centralized communication. For the whole, but museum. And you hope that
mitä niissä oli, niin uskon vain tietoja.
Lisäpakettia paljon. Ohjeista. Joo. Kasetteja.
Saa ajatuksia graafieteen. Et tule, kato kantti, odottaa sieltä, kun se näyy.
Siinä on piilolla, ei äkkiä. Hän on ihan reikä setti.
Joo, ensimmäistä kyllä on. Joo, piirejä siellä on eikä hyödytä tahtoa mistään.
Veljeni on 11 vuotta.
Sä pystyt periaatteessa tekemään
pari kotiin, pari. Lähikaupan ilmoitustarvilla jotain mitkä vastaan.
Siellä oli Oriko ja Pelufas. Kansori ja Esti. Meillä oli sitten aikanaan Pelufasilla ja Orikolla oli sitten Kansorilla ja Orikolla oli ihan kovin järkevä.
Lausuntopuolesta. Viikonloppuna tehdään kaikki spesiaalikeikkaa, mistä kivallisesta saisi jostain valokuvia. Ei ole jos vastaan pystyy jollain jossain, joko netissä tai siis nythän lähtee kameran kuvailla. Että se voi niin näyttää historiaa on tehty ja se on oikeastaan meidän
Se esitys tulee kanssa, mikä sen kanava sitten on, se tulee aikanaan sitten se joo. Ratkaisematta sen tulee töistä pois. Joo, se oli meillä. Rollat vaan jää pois, koska ne on eri elementit, se on ihan ok.
Joo, sori mulla.
Ei mitään, se on
vähän tuosta.
Se on ihan riittävä.
Aivan hienoa.
Vairasta voi katsoa täyden kuvan.
Niin.
se on pikkasen.
Vähän, joo.
Ei ollut mistään se kanssa sulla, vaikka oli ihan kuullut. Mikä on tehnyt tällaisen se oli ilmoittanut. Juttelee. Se tässä Mikko lähtee sitten ilman muotossa. Olisi niin mukaan, että se vähän
Pitikö sitä tehdä sen lapsen lapsen?
Eikö aikaan sitten se menee sen kanssa syömään? No, koska meidän sitten lähtee 200 jonkun ja kuka jää vaihtoon vähän? Jos sä noussut yhden saamista, koska sun menee ensin.
Ei kyllä läpi.
Kyllä päästä. Me lähdetään tämän levelin kanssa. Jos sä kerran pärjää.
Joo,
Ei ollut mulle.
Ilmeisesti me pysytään tässä rakennuksessa.
Joo, se on tuossa.
Joo, mä oon joskus jäänyt.
Ei kun odotetaan minuutti. Ei kun ottaa naahan näkyy punainen etu. Mä laitan tuon toisen puolin menee. Mitä vielä tulee mukaan dataa? Eikö se kun näyttää ole punainen?
Ei se ihan näy. Ei se ihan vielä näy.
Ei paina ne hötkyillä, ettei jää datat dumpaa nyt loppukeskin.
Siellä oli joku.
Se varmaan alla ei laitettu lyhyempi kato.
Joo,
Tähän Wikissä paljon enempää pikseleitä on. Vähän toi perustus. Toivottavasti ehtis mahdollisimman paljon näitä joukkua. Jees, me tullaan takaisin. Joo. ASAP. Mistäs me tänne tultiin?
Oikea.
Ei kun tuolla.
Mitäs herrat, käykäähän nyt syömässä?
Joo.
Se on 3, mä varmaan sanoinkin siitä, mutta 3 asti tarjolla. Katsotaan vaikka mennä. Pitäisiköhän meidänkin mennä syömään tässä välissä?
Niin, tässä olisi tunti.
Niin, näin.
Ja sitten jos pitää sitten kannattaa vielä tavaraa.
Joo. Se on vähän tietysti on ihmisten tavaroita, niin yritetään vähän porrastaa, mutta ehkä Niklas meni nyt syömään. Haluaisitko käydä tässä välissä? Mä voin olla täällä ja jos sä tulet sitten tähän taas.
Tuletko syömään just tänne henkilökuntaan?
Okei.
Niin katsotaan, onko sulla puhelin sillä taskussa, että mä saan sun tulla? Mulla on varmaan sun numero.
Outi,
Joo.
ootko sä täällä?
Joo, mä oon tässä.
Lähdetään koko porukka syömään.
Mikä ihmeessä? Jeps, no niin.
8, 7, 9, 7, 6,
Soita, jos tulee jotain nimeistä sitten niin, että mä joudun lähteen täältä, niin mä soitan varmaan Niklakselle sitten seuraavana, jos hän on syömään.
Joo, täällä on näköjään kaikki.
Pitäisikö sun jättää mulle itse asiassa ne passit? Joo. Joo. Missä siinä avain on? Ai se on lapsi. Joo. Solidpikin oli. Joo. Veturi 4, joo, pienä.
Mä muistin, että oli joku golfmaalin kanajan numero. Ei tässä.
Okei. No jos mä menen sitten tässä välissä syömään.
Joo, mene vaan.
Mä tuun sitten tänne.
Jeps. Tervetuloa. Onko sulla koko viikko syyslomaa ollut? No, se on hyvä välillä vähän lomaa. Onko Manu tulossa?
Sanottu oikein. Öhkypäivä oli muutama ohjelmaa tuossa. En ehtinyt painaa keikkoja.
it's until 3 o'clock served. But the lunch is until 3 o'clock, so
Well, I will go to
take care that you have time to go there.
Yeah. So we have, so we will continue at 1:30?
1:30, yes.
So
because
I have agreed with the others to warn here
yeah,
to be on the setup.
yeah,
The roads, and that means we have to run
okay, yeah. And Tommy Musturi is calling me here because he's coming with his family, and I'm going with regard to them. Yeah.
Tampere is full of in the morning.
Yeah. So it's
Really?
autumn holidays now going on.
2 weeks or?
Yeah.
How long?
It's usually 1 week or 3 days. It depends from the school. Yeah. But it's so nice to see that the Finnish Museum of Games is full of families. And
Even yesterday.
Yeah,
was,
yeah.
really,
Yeah, it really was. Last year it was 185,000. Yeah. We can't calculate it. Because there's you can come. It's one ticket, and you can come from 3 directions to the museum. We can't count how many visitors visit the Finnish Museum of Games, but we estimate that it's I think it's minimum 60,000. 17. Yeah.
At least how
Yeah. Yeah. And a lot of them will come, especially the Finnish Museum of Games, and then they know this is huge house, this water is everything. Yes. Yeah, that is really important.
For you. I today in the morning, because it was so crowded, I had to sit take it out.
Yeah.
Mother with their child, it was a girl, maybe 12 years old.
Yeah.
And I asked them, so do you know about the Finnish Museum of Games?
Yeah.
My daughter is not that keen to go to museums. And I said, hey, there's a museum of games and you can play a lot.
Yeah. There is some person who don't know that there's the museum.
Yeah. But it really seems to be also a family holiday time, because that was obvious in Scandinavia.
Yeah.
So many times.
Yeah. I visited the Computerspiele Museum a couple of weeks ago.
Oh,
I was in Paris.
The first time?
No.
Oh, okay.
It wasn't first
Yeah, it
time.
hasn't changed very much
second time.
since I left.
Not so much, but it was very nice exhibition about food and things. Yeah, I love it. And I was thinking it was something. The design of the exhibition and the idea was very good.
Yeah, I've seen it as well.
Yeah.
It's nicely done.
Yeah.
Love for details, especially in the exhibition design.
Yeah.
And there was one extension I did it myself in my last weeks. If you come to the exhibition right hand, there's a door.
Yeah.
You go in this arcade area, but it's not looking like the old arcade we have, which is designed like an old arcade. It's with these plates on the wall. And this extension was possible because we moved our offices upstairs. And there were our offices in this very ugly atmosphere. The former renter, before we moved in 2010, he planned to do a bar and restaurant thing in it, and that was the place where he wanted to set up his kitchen. And that's the reason why it looks like that. So for 8 years we had our offices in that kitchen area, and so somehow we were all happy when we got the option to move up to a common office area, it's a special one, at least common. And so that gave the museum the opportunity to have that little extension. But but it's still not stretched. And honestly, that was mainly because the CEO decided to stay there, and for me, the only consequence was to expand. And because this is not possible at the place of the own side, that would have meant to move. And this is, of course, a big effort. CEO decided to renew the exhibition, which is of course necessary because it's meanwhile 8 years old. Also, and this was not mine. So I suffered some time. It's much too narrow. Of course, it's a kind of a luxury problem if you have too many visitors. More than 100,000 visitors. And even this year it will become a new visitor record. When I left last year, it was 107,000, something like that, and they told me that this year will be even more. And so of course it's a great situation if you have too much visitors, but we must tackle that issue. And of course it's also much too less space for all the content and exhibits I would like to show even in the permanent exhibition. And so after some time sufferings, we decided to start something new. But it's a continuation of what I've done before. It's the same font somehow. It's international. International. Same subject, same issue. Maybe I'm talking a little bit more about language and culture in general, not only about games. That's something I did before. I also usually introduce games as the oldest and most popular bondage culture, but not the only. And so they share a lot of characteristics with other bondage culture like media art, visual art, and all that stuff. And so that was always important for me to ponder this bigger picture and not only focusing on games. But now I can unfold this tendency, and now I'm talking more about bondage culture, scene.
It's so important that like you is the European level in this archive and museum sector raising voice. So it's really good for us.
It's all right time to do such work. And people at the European Commission are very open to this, but they need input. They are just organizing the processes. And they need players who give input.
That's true.
And then they are very open to give our ideas and our platforms and visibility. And so that's why I'm very, very glad that we submitted this application tomorrow, yesterday in time. So that will become a nice tool. I'm very confident in the European context. And so it's a good time to do such work. And of course, for the moment I do this completely honorary. But during the next year, hopefully there will appear some opportunities also to get budgets. Because for the moment it's just because I'm thinking it's the right time and I can afford it, and also the members like you are great, really engaged. Every member is engaged like you, but still, it's a good membership structure involved. And so I'm really enjoying this, advocating for the acceptance of bondage culture, and of course games are the biggest field of bondage culture. That's for sure. Very multifold, connected to other non-digital areas like digital entities.
we should also discuss more inside our own museum sector here in Tampere, because here is Tampere Art Museum as well, very well known Sarah Hilde Art Museum, and they all have collections of digital art. So I'm almost sure that we will need more discussion and more like in-house projects, how we preserve our material. It would be good to also.
Yeah, there are a lot of ideas.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, from other sectors,
Yeah.
because it's the same challenge. If you can preserve games, you can preserve everything.
Yeah.
So it's the biggest challenge is to preserve games.
Yeah.
So you always have to, you are always be able as a game preserver to give input which
Yeah.
is relevant.
Yeah.
Okay, then. So you are staying here or?
I'm staying here
You join
to see
me?
the
Okay.
with Jakob, and you have tickets there.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Onko siinä joku uutislähetys menossa?
Ei, mä katselen, onko sä nähnyt tätä meidän ajapaikkiuttua tai jästä meidän vastaan?
No siinä on siellä Tartossa, kun mä olin siellä Wikimedia tapaamisessa, niin se Viron päätyyppi, mä en muista sen nimen, se kertoo siitä.
Joo, Joo. Mä tässä katselen Tampereen kuvia ja sitä Kalle. Tämä on osittain vaikeaa, kun ei pidäkään täältä kotoisin.
Voi hitsi, kun mä voisin inkarnoitua Antti Liuttusena tässä, niin hän kertoisi sulle kaiken tästä.
Tämä se on verkkotehdas, mutta on tässä vaikeutakin sitten just silleen Solksapuisto mihin suuntaan, mikä talo tuossa taas on taustalla?
Minkä verran sä oot käyttänyt siiriä?
Siis nämä on Finland kuvia.
Eli ne tulee siiristä?
Joo, että tässä tämä on mielestäni nimenomaan, että tässäkin että tätä kuvausta, mikä tähän ainakin tulee kuvia.
Minkä verran siellä Finlassa sitten on, koska noihan ährää niiden katupaikkojensa kanssa aika paljon. Kiitos sinulle. Joo, kato kun toi on se siis näin. Niin en tiedä, että onko siellä sitten tuon kuvan tiedoissa, löytyykö sieltä sitten se paikka?
Tämä siis on enempääkin, mutta sitten heitti jotain. Viikolla tässä on sovitaan muassa ja saadaan näistä.
Selvä. Sitä voi mennä joku linjaan, niin kun sä suuremmat sen metrin kokoiseksi.
Jos se on siellä, niin se on. Joo, niinpä sitten saa muuta sen.
Tässä ylipäätään niin paikkakunnan tai paikkaus, mä oon ihan varma, että missä olet. Ne on näitä meidän tiedokonnan ihantuksia. Siis sehän toi on se yleisöpuoli siinä.
Kyllä.
Sitten mä myös katson, onko se tässä vielä tää heittää nämä kentät, kun asustut tässä mobiilissa. Mä en ole ihan varma, että kunhan meillä asustusta. Joo, sitten ollaan tähdellä korvaan. Sillä on ihan kiinni. Aina kaksoispisteet. Mun mielestä niin sen pitäisi mennä toimimaan. Mä en osaa tästä tällä käyttää sitä.
Tällaisesta tällaisella se pakeeni, että niitä tässä on nyt vaan Tampere akusanana ja sen tekee Finnasta kaikkea kuvalkoinaa. Tässä on paljon ja sitten voi poikia ajaa paikkiin sinne ottaa yksittäisen kuvansa tai ne ottaa vaan. Jos on jotain niin toimia, jos niin on pistetty koordinaatit valmiiksi, jotain noita niin tuoreita kuvia tai katsettavasta tai tuolla oli niin pistetty koordinaatit. Joo. Kuvattu paljon elämässä, mitkä mä pystyn tunnistamaan. Toi on keskustelu.
Mä katson näitä osittain sen sanotussa, että saa olla se kolme. Ei se niin kauan täältä käynnissä.
Helsinki on meillä Uppsalan taito.
Joo. Joo. Onpa hieno talo kadonnut tuosta. Olisi se ollut siinä.
Ihan mahdollista. On myös säästö.
Mukana tässä samalla myös touhussa.
Toivon.
Kiitos sitä aika paljonkin. Ei ollut niin pilvitön päivä, jos näin.
Joo, totta. No, se on pikkuisen sähköpäivä tuolla.
Siinä on vielä noin puhelin. Ilmoitus.
Perfect.
muuten jännä, kun mä kävin Dresdenissä, niin siellä on sellaisia jännä tämmöisiä mustia taloja. Siis, sitten se sanoi se museotyötä, että nämä eivät ole nimittelyistä tai pomituksista. Täällä on tämmöinen kivilaji. Se oli ihan niin kuin, se taho on ollut ja on edelleenkin sellainen kummallisen, siis ei se kyllä kauheas. Mielestäni se on ihan myös, se on oikeasti ihan niin kuin just teollisuuskaupunki, tehtiin hiilikinta.
On lähellä.
Niin se on kyllä. Joo. Viimeisen kestävää aikaa. Mä en tiedäkään, että se Dresdenin pommitukset, ei ne ole niin kuin, kun aina puhutaan Dresdenin pommituksista, niin jotenkin ajattelee, että se koko iso kaupunki on siinä. Mutta itse asiassa on aika pienellä aikaa, se pommitus tapahtuu. Siellä on säilynyt paljon.
Pommittu tehokkaasti, niin kyllähän se vaikka Suomen Ensikin pommituksia ja näin, niin pommitukia ja näin. Pistää taloja silleen. Sitä ihan tosimman tasolle kohtaa, että ne silleen tavallaan tekis laajaa. Joissa syydettiin tällaisia pommeja ja otettiin paljon ihmisiä ja kaikkea ja rakennuksia.
Joo, mä otin tämän yhtään vaan uutiset on Brexitin toteutunut. Äänesti siellä. Mulla on sen verran akkua vähän tässä, että mitä kyllä mennä.
Tätäs yleensä on.
Vai ehkä ne vielä siellä hävisee ja pitää puheita.
On se vähän yllättävää melkein, vaikka tietysti positiivista, jos ne nyt niin kuin saisi jonkinlaista katso suoraan lähetys. Ja se on lähetys.
Joo, se oli jotenkin yllättävää, kun se niin solahti nyt eteenpäin, kun sitä on tottunut kuulemaan joka aamu. Ei taaskaan, ei onnistunut. Meni taas ihan näkemään. Jos se nyt menisi sitten.
Toteutuminen sinällään, mutta sopimukset.
No, siellä on digityöskentelyä.
Joo, Jaakko näytti ajapaikkahommaa. Se on aika mielenkiintoinen.
Onko se mennyt syö?
Joo, mä voisin. Miten säkin näkyy?
Kyllä mä ajattelin, että ajateltiin, että kukin tulee sieltä takaisin, niin mä voin mennä.
Onko se nyt vielä?
Tässä on näitä meidän nimikylttejä vielä, näitä on aika paljon näköjään jakomatta.
Niin.
Solippi, Lauri, tuommoinen.
Se oli vielä sanonut.
Joo, eikä.
No niin. Nyt on vatsa täys.
Joo, jaksaa hyvin.
Niin. No Andreaksella oli idea, että se pistää demon pyöriin ja volatkaa ja ihmiset herää. Onko se käynyt tuossa Pelimuseon puolella katsomassa?
Ei minä
No niin. Sulla on nyt se toi vatkia se lippu, niin sä voit käydä sinä vaikka vilkaiseen, jos sä haluat.
Se olitte Andreaksen kanssa tulemaan.
Niin. Joo.
Mikä aikaa se on?
Se oli tuossa noin puoli tuntia ennen, niin
Tätä voinkin niin.
olisi hyvä jossakin saada.
Jos mä menen syömään, niin mulla on omassa laittuuri, että hän soittaa sitten jossain.
Niin.
Mä voisin ottaa tuon mukaan tuon.
Joo. Täydellinen.
Joo. Mitäs muuta? Sitten toiselle perheelle. Eikö se mene perheelle?
Joo.
Niin, no otetaan sitä. Jätän nämä muut tähän, niin saat pitää töitä. Tuossa on Niklas vielä pari juomapulloa. Tarviiko siihen paneeliin?
No se onkin hyvä, joo kiitos.
Mä huomasin, että tuossa on tämmöinen näytö.
Joo, tässä oli kans kaiken videoja kiinnostaa. Nämä me saatiin Neogamesilta, mä oon siis Slushissa, jossa toi käännös tuosta lappalaisen pelien valtakunnasta. Toi on ihan siitä vaan otat ja sitten on näitä pelikasvattajan käsikirjoja. Tää on PDF netissäkin, mutta toi on aika kiva kirja, mikä se on. Sellainen scrolli sulle on ja sitten on vielä tää Micropost, josta meillä oli siis näyttö. Tää on siis semmonen fanzine, joka tuli 80-luvulla. Tuli 9 numeroa, ja tää on 10, mikä tehtiin sitten näyttelyä varsin. Hello. Hello.
Do you still have a lunch also?
Yes, but those are the people who just left. Oh, let's check it out for you.
Well, I mean, if not, it's not that bad.
No.
It's like a piece of bread.
Yeah.
Putting up a demo.
Yeah, have you heard that how we wanted to start? It's kind of uncommon opening for a panel, but after the lunch, so everybody may back up. Yeah, so maybe you just can tell me how I should describe you in that slide here. Just move over to the chair. And so that's a presentation, Tobias and I have prepared, which can be used by everybody who wants to present art coding. And this here, that's the slide for today. And I have prepared a little bit. Now it's described here. So for Satu, she said I should write a professional life. Why not? So what is? That's okay. Yeah. But what? Should I add something?
Yeah.
You're
Try it. As first, senior.
Yeah.
Senior
What should I?
Senior.
Senior.
Yeah.
Yes.
Jos siltä kannalta miettiä, että mikä ryhmä ollaan täällä, niin vedettiin rubriikin kanssa jotain pelutusta oli. Meillä oli meidän tapahtumia, siinä oli rubriikin ryhmä, ja pelutusta oltais. Niin sitten oli tällainen vuoden verran pätkä, mutta kiinnikämme. Tehtiin tämmöiset projektit, suomalaisen videoiden applikatiivisen periaatteessa.
Yes. Kuuluu. Onko näin? Näin ei varmaan syy.
Tämä on koneellisesti tuottavaa tietoa.
Mä vähän nopeasti.
Joo.
Eikö nyt jo? Sorry.
Nyt kuuluu jo vähän.
Nyt kuuluu jo vähän. Tässä on tää pöytämikki. Tää on nostettu. Tää on toinen sellainen pääoma. Se huomaa.
Tulee vähän.
Sitä voi
voi ehkä lähestyä kun Nolan sen puolella.
Se on käännetty saksakielisesti vastaan. Lokalisoitu Suomeen ja kirjoitettu tosi kurilla.
Ainoa tiedolla ja todennäköisesti paraskin, että siinä on aina sellainen koska se yleisesti tietää, että se on aivan välittömästi Suomessa.
No siis, sitä käydään keskustelua siitä, että luettavia joihin on todella parannus usein järjestelmiä vääristymiä ikäistöjä.
En mä tiedä kuinka paljon mä nostetaan.
Se henkilöartikkeli taas koskee naisia.
Tää on vähän outo.
Ruotsissa katsottiin.
Se on tosi suolaa, mutta tää on keikassa siihen yhteydessä.
Jos semmoisella voi olla 10 joka vuosissa tilastaminen analyysi siinä vaiheessa, kun sen pystyy tekemään. Tämä asia on sellainen, että okei, me varmaan jossain määrin tiedostettiin asiaa, mutta koska sitä ei pysty tekemään järkevästi saamaan, joka ei kirjoittajien tosiaan, että on asioita, niin mies vai nainen puuttuu viidata. Me ollaan semmoista todellista luottavaisempaa, niin siinä vaiheessa niin joku ehti olla analyysi tästä.
Yritetään varastaa se. Tarvitsisi varastaa kuulettaa. Pitäisi vastata tosiaan salaa.
No niin, nyt kuuluu kyllä. Näin on vaan syykassa, niin saadaan vaan yksi mikki.
Makeisia. Haluan tehdä kyllä Rovalle tämmönen Suomen Pelimuseotikkari.
Vuosi 2000.
Kysypä henkilöä.
Itse asiassa on vähän.
Missä päin?
Koska se ei ole. Ja molempien tässä.
This is something I will use for this. So we will have to
Se on vähän hankala, että se musta hukkasin sen kerran. Ymmärrän katsoa, että mulla ei riitä aika löytää sitä.
Sehän oli ihan vähkinen, jos sitä sai sen.
Niin se tuuli.
Meinaisitko sä tehdä sille vielä jotain kokeiluja sille NLV?
Siis joo, siis sehän oli se eka versio, mä en ehkä se paneutuu vielä ajan kokeilassa.
Se oli siis tosiaan ihan parasta näyttää.
Jolla on ollut kakkonen ja kakkosen kevään. Mikä te nyt itse asiassa huono lähestymistapa, mistä monta kertaa se saattaa olla tyhjä ja taas.
Tuossa ei noita enimmäisiä julkaisuja voi ottaa. Toinen on siis erikoinen Melanie on kääntämä en tiedä, kai teille on tullut sitten painon kautta. Se voi olla, että se on siis tullut.
Ei muuta. Tässä on Mika on meillä museologia harjoittelussa. Ei. Norjalaisesta kansalliskirjastosta. Sulla on joku hieno titteli.
Kirjastohiihtäjä vielä toisessa. Tai muut tuossa kirjasta omalla yksi. Se on heti paljon parempi.
Hyvää päivää.
Päivää.
Tuossa on siis tilaverit, pelihuoneet, peijoa ja viimeisiä Suomea. Siihen voi tutustua. Sitten hei, sä saat tämän.
Hän on työkalu tulemassa.
Ne on Outilla tää videolla tällainen osioinnit pois. Meillähän on siis Lola.
Suunnitelma on se, että
Siitä on löytyä ihan mitään valmista tällaiseen.
No ei oikein itse asiassa jo duplikaattia hakeminen ei ollut. Tietokonehan löytyy paljon tämmöisiä Czechia, rohjelmia löydetään duplikaattia. Ne ei oikein sovellu tähän meidän hommaan. Esimerkiksi täällä kaseteilla esimerkiksi, kun on sama peli, joskus on kommando, joskus on komando, joskus siihen ei ole kirjoittaa nimeen. Ja se ei ole heittää sen seksin pieleen, vaikka kyseessä on pikilleen täsmälleen sama ohjelma. Tarvitaan aika lailla lähestymistapa tähän.
Onko siellä kauan? Mitäs täällä tällä hetkellä? 4 vuotta.
Itse asiassa no joo, näin tosi kova
ihan pakituista. Täysiksi sä voida.
Mä oon siis ihan täysin pakkaista jopa siinä sen tavan niitä kaavassa yleensä sitten tulee ja sitten ollaan siellä joku aikaa sitten tulee joku pakkaista sisään. Et ilmeisesti joku pelikokemus niin sitten vakuutti, että
oliko siinä sitten, oliko se ihan niin, että jossain oli niin haku-ilmoitus ja sitten sä listit hakemuksia?
Mä olin just valmistunut kirjasta koulutuksella. Sain sitten pitkään välillä kaupunkikirjastossa ja sitten tervakin paikkaa jostain. Sitten tää tuli vastaan ja
sporttiparannuksessa. Mä ajattelin just niin kysyä sitä, ei ole semmoista
ihan uusi talo, ihan uudet käytöt.
Onko se kumminkin hyvä yhteisö vastaanottavainen?
Joo. Tietysti siellä on paljon yksiköitä.
Mitä näyttää olevan käyttänyt?
Kaupunkia tarkistettiin. Meni jonkun aikaa, että on tunteet, mitä kaikkea sieltä oikein se on vähän yksiköitä ei välttämättä tiedä oikeastaan hirveän yhdistynyt ollaan samasta talosta ja se
on tämä hienon kuulla, oli jonkun huoneen tarina.
Joo.
Monesti ne on justiin niitä, että tein siellä jotain projektihommia tai pätkää, missä on 10 vuoden jälkeen tai vielä vakituista.
Tätä usein
Ehkä vähän sillä, kun oli ollut selkeästi kautta pääskeillä kaupunkikeskuksessa, tuntuu, että se ei tuota mitään enemmän. Vähän ollut kyynistynyt. Niin se pitäisi aina olla, se aina pitäisi jaksaa hakea ja tehdä kunnon hakemista. Kyllähän se niitä tarpeeksi paljon tekee.
Itse asiassa sporttipuolesta vielä
Onko ollut pitkään täällä? Mä oon 6 viikkoa yhteensä, että mä oon ollut 3 viikkoa ja nyt mun 3 viikkoa. Tässä oli tai mä yritän olla halusin vaan opiskelijat voin lähettää Tampereelta niin mä nimenomaan toivoin, että jos pääsis tänne, kun tiesin, että tää on niin iso ja täällä tehdään niin monipuolisesti kaikkea, että tuolla Keski-Suomen museoissa vaikka nyt on sikkaita on, niin ei oikein sitä samaa Tampereelta. Joo. Mä olin kyllä hyvä sen, että pääsin tänne. Yhtä mieltä tuossa Niklaksen ja Outin kanssa, ne tekee niin monipuolisesti kaikkea. Mä luulen, että siinäkin on käynyt hyvä säkä, että pääsee näkemään monipuolisesti. Ei ole päätynyt vaan semmoiseksi niin kuin eikä semmoista vähän semmoista tankkikoneeksi, että tekee vaan jotain hyvin jäämähommia, joten kukaan muu ei ihan oikeasti saa kokeilla. Niin, kyllä joo. Voi sanoa, että tai no en tiedä. Ei mulla ainakaan kavereista en muista erityisesti paljon, eikä semmoista toivon mukaan juuri missään tehdä sitä, että pistetään varmaan 6 viikkoa. Kyllähän se varmaan vaikuttaa tietysti, että kuinka iso tai pieni se on, että mitä mukaan siinä sitten joutuu. Varmaan käytännössä, onko ollut harjoittelijoita ylipäänsä, mikä harjoittelija aloittaa. Niitä opetetaan ne muut hommat, mitä ei tekee. Että kun tulee maanantaina uudesta nimiä lisää vaan, että jaa, niin joo, saa niin, mitä se olisi sitä samaa, että sehän tietysti jakaseisyssä oli kauhean kiireesti. Ja sitten miettii sitä, että olisiko se harkaa taas harjoittelija itselleen. Mutta joo, täällä ei ole ja sitten, että just näin siinä pidetään päivänä, siinä on kirjoittaa varsinkin pelimuseossa on meillä ollaan tiivistetty tästä Niklas ollaan käynyt enemmän asiantuntijaa ja sitten se ollaan kysytty lainaista lainoja tai tehtävää lainaista lainoja meidän puolella jota saa aika tiivistetty.
Tässä on ollut hienoa, että se on ihan hyvin.
Meillä on mutta tuli vähän siihen, että työläksellä että niiden pelien kanssa oikeasti mitä tehty, niin
se voi olla, että siitäkin ehkä joudut pitää jo puheita tai esityksiä siitä, että mitä siinä on. Pääsee niin kuin hankkeeseen että varmaan uskaltaa kyllä jotain ja siinä toimissakin pitää ja sitä samaa tässä on paremmin tai ylipäätänsä sitä, että jos jotain kuuluisi ja nopeasti meillä on vielä mä en tiedä täällä tiedostelta nyt digitaalisesti se on varmasti me käytiin arkistoissa Mikkelissä ja siellä niistä samoja teknologioita ja olikohan siellä esimerkiksi just PSS, että jos on sellaisia sitten asiassa tulevaisuudessa nauhoitusta tai joku on joskus siellä ettei se sitten jää siitä kiinni, että se nauhuri hajoaa, mistä saadaan se varsinkin pelimuodolla, kun on toisella kaikkea sopii yhteen, että se on rakkikassa se on kiinnostavaa, eli kyllä sekin tietysti semmoinen on, mikä tai joidenkin läpi. Sille sitten ajateltu, tai onko se jotain sellaista työryhmää, joka sitä miettii, vai onko se enemmän sillä lailla, että se sitten alasta opiskelee
et siinä on työtä ja siinä se enemmän yhdessä on, että jos saataisiin virallisen tahon rahoittamaan, niin se olisi paras.
Sehän siinä aika ja avaa
se siinä Melanielisessä esityksessä se, että yliopistossa tai aloitettu miettii pelien tallentamista. Siellä on monimutkaisia kysymyksiä ja niitä ei oikein varmaan joku, joka paneutuu siihen juttuun, että ei ole se asia. Opiskelija siihen heittää, että meillä on tällainen markkinoilla. Meidän kollegani Petteri, joka pitäisi ottaa se kanssa. Meillä on aika paljon muitakin töitä. Meillä on monimutkaisia kysymyksiä, meillä on aikaa miettiä.
Ja varsinkin tuollainen viesi, missä pitäisi oikein tai keskittyä pitkään aikaa. Sitä voi aina vasemmalla kädellä vähän valittua
aika on tässä vähän sellainen
siinä tietysti olisi joku hyvä, joka sitä päähommana.
Alright, okay. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 3 minutes left. This is much. We are sitting in the room where
jos saa jostain vaikka päätöksen, niin sitten se, että pitää käyttää siitä ja tekstissä toisesta aikaa ihan käyttää sen, jos ei se päätöksen vaikka niin sitten
Do you want to have that? Should we change now to the computer?
Yes, please change.
Täytyy sen naurista, että se on se katlauksen sen tulee se ongelmaksi kuva. Täytyy vasta ja halutaan syyppiä muuttia. Tarvitaan olla semmoinen sensakoria. Joo, ihan normaali. Se on vähän semmoista hikasta. Yleensä kannattaa vetää kahteen sieltä.
And I think that be quite strict with the one on some tricks
So we have planned a Q&A session afterwards, even in the middle, after the first part.
Okay, we're getting ready to start the panel. Not starting quite yet, but I don't know if you would like to maybe come closer so we have more like a conversational atmosphere here. Okay, so if the tech is ready, I think we could start. Can you? Yes. Yep. So everything seems to be in order. So welcome once again to the Collaborative Game Histories seminar here at the Finnish Museum of Games. My name is Niklas. I work as a researcher and a curator at the museum. And for our next program, we have a very interesting panel hosted by Chair Andreas Lange from FGAM, dealing with demoscene as cultural heritage. The floor is yours, Andreas.
Okay, and because you're just coming from lunch, we thought we give you a wake-up input and just start without any explanation the following video. There seems to be some technical issues. I'm sorry for that. But it looks like that these issues are on my side, maybe, because the video is not running here. That's a pity, of course. Let me check what the problem is. Oh, that's really a pity. There should be sound.
Just half an hour.
Yeah.
Sorry about this, everybody. You have volume.
I have volume too. So we should hear something. Of course, we did a technical check before, because as digital people we are aware of all the problems which might appear.
I'm sorry, there's not that much I can do here. It's on and it should be.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Fire on alphabet.
That's really a pity. Okay, then we have to start without this example, what we wanted to give you to explain the demo scene to you. So we have to do it only after you have seen some visuals, but of course sound is also a very important part of a demo, or in that case a 64K intro. And so Satu will explain to you what this is, and then we will explain the demo scene, what this is. Please, Satu, start.
So this specific
Niklas, voila.
Is it on now?
It should be on.
Open it.
Sorry.
Unscrew it and then press out.
It's on, but now press your mark will be quite loud. Yes, please continue.
Is it on now?
No, it's on mute. Yeah, sorry. This is going good. Now, it should be on.
Now, is it on? Yes. Okay. Great. We have at least some sound. Okay, so this was as Andreas said, 64K intro that was released on Assembly 2006. It was named Chaos Theory, and it was by a Hungarian demo group called Conspiracy. And this is a creation that is kind of the core of a demo scene. And what is demo scene? It's a digital culture which revolves around coding, and especially these kind of art pieces that they look kind of like animation. They usually have sound and visuals, but they are not animations. They are made by coding and they run on real time on your computer screen, like a computer program. And there is a group of people that do this and also do the graphics and music and other things that are related to demo scene. And this is our demo scene community. And it's a kind of a huge group of friends who are competing against each other and showing their technical skills. And kind of like look what I can do with this, and also kind of creating beautiful art pieces for others to enjoy. So maybe this was some kind of explanation and demo scene, but we can go further.
Yes, and we decided to combine the introductional round with explaining the demo scene. And there will be one question I'm asking now everybody of you, and all of you have a background in the demo scene. So the question is, or it's two questions. So how was your entry into the scene, and what is your activity and your role, and what do you like at the scene? And maybe we start at the far left with Clap, coming from Zurich. Clap. So, how does it start with you and the scene?
Is it on? Oh, okay. Perhaps I should say a few words because my start in the scene has also something to do with a broader aspect that we should talk about. I think maybe that the demo scene, and I mean its products like what we have seen here and the whole intros and demos and so on, is just one aspect of what since at least the mid-80s is called the scene, basically, which in the beginning revolved around removing copy protection from copyrighted and copy protected software, especially games. So these kids who were removing copy protection from games, they quite quickly decided that they could make a name for themselves by doing that, because these games were spread in like hundreds and thousands of copies all over Europe in schoolyards and computer clubs and so on. So they came up with ways how to fix this achievement, how to make this achievement permanent, and started doing these sorts of real-time computer animations, placing them in front of the copyrighted software. And around it, there evolved a whole infrastructure with communication channels, with bulletin board systems, which is like an early decentralized form of online communication before the World Wide Web. So the scene is not just about demos. Like, it was not always just about demos, and it still is not just about demos, even though the demos are, of course, the most like colorful and presentable part of scene activity. My own scene activity started with bulletin board systems in the mid-90s. I mean, it was quite a usual path for like a computer newbie in the mid-90s. You get a computer, you get a cheap modem, and you start dialing into like shareware and public domain bulletin boards in your tower. And then quite quickly you discover, oh, there is this thing like the scene, which produce demos, which produce text mode graphics like ANSI and ASCII art and so on. And this is kind of where I came in, calling the BBSs, training files on BBSs, drawing text mode art for BBSs, and well, making music for demo scene productions. And of course, a very important part of demo scene sociability are the gatherings, the demo parties, or what was called copy parties in the 80s, and then evolved into demo parties in the early 90s, just when the demo scene kind of started to develop its own path besides this sort of like competition business around cracking copy protection. So most bigger cities in the 90s in European countries had demo scene gatherings of different sizes, and so this is also always a very important entrance point for new people coming into the demo scene. I mean, for me it was the case as well, so I started visiting the Evoke demo party in Cologne, and then entered the organizing team of this demo party. And this is something that I'm doing still. You know, nowadays my real life work evolves around the demo scene as well, because I'm a trained historian, and my current university project is around the history of software piracy and the cracking scene in the 1980s and early 90s. Okay, I think I already talked a bit too much probably, so I'd like to pass the mic on to you.
Okay. Hello everybody. My name is Tomi Musturi from the demo scene, known as Electric of the Extend. And my roots with the demo scene, they go back to mid-80s. I can tell a little bit about the background. I'm from the countryside nearby Tampere, Nupajoki. It's like a really small village where I'm from, and of course there was not so much to do there. And 85, I think it was like I got my first computer, and at the same time, I think tens of thousands of Finnish boys, especially, got their first computers as Christmas presents. Actually, my first computer was just Spectrum Video 328, but after 2 weeks, I started to complain to my parents that I wanted C64, Commodore 64, because all my friends have that. And yeah, so everybody who has used C64, they know that basically when you turn on the computer, you get a screen, and you have to do something like tell the machine to load the game or load something else. So you go inside the sort of coding in a way that you have to tell the machine commands to put it on. So we had this school class with 5 boys that got the machines at the same time. And because we were gamers, we played games and compete them on the schoolyard. But soon there's a computer club in the small village led by some older guys who actually were already involved in the demos. They were like 13 and we were like 10. Anyway, through that club we saw the first demos. And of course we were copying games, so we saw these intros in front of the cracked games. And as that told, everybody in the demo scene, they had their nicknames and their group names. And that comes from the illegal side of the scene back then, because we were cracking games, so they used these fake names, not their real names, because that way they would get caught. So I wasn't cracking, but I ended up with Tommy Soft as my first gig of the demo scene. And in that computer club we started programming a little, and I was into drawing, so I started to make some fonts and logos. My friend did the same, and so we had a small group of 5 guys in the same class doing some more small demos. Then I continued, and the group kind of grew larger, and we went to some first demo parties, copy parties back then, late 80s. And we ended up actually being part of the first assembly parties. When it was actually in Konya, and 92, I think. And we were responsible for the C64 demo competitions. And yeah, and back then our group was already like 20 people from all around Finland, some from Sweden, and we were traveling to parties in Sweden and Denmark and meeting people there. And this is of course like age before internet, so we were spreading the demos and games through normal mail. So I was also doing this swapping on the swapper. And of course we had separate people who were responsible for this more.
Maybe you can explain a little bit what swapping means?
Swapping meant swapper is the guy who spread the new product release to normal mail. So when we got the new demo out, he sent like 100 floppy disks around in Europe.
Because the World Wide Web hasn't been introduced until then.
Yeah. And this was really important that you should act really fast, because the like newer the material you sent was, the more cooler swapper you were. So anyway, so I was in contact with 40 people around Europe, mostly in Scandinavia. And after that, because floppy disks, they need protection. The disk cover, I was also drawing the disk covers, or like decorating disc covers for the specific demos. And soon there was some other groups asking for if I could draw something for them and some magazines. So there's on floppy disks as well, just graphics. And I started to draw more on paper after that. So I learned first to draw on computer with really lousy like software, and then on paper. And later I went to study graphic design, and just drawing on paper became my actual job. So, but I tried my skills on Amiga and PC scene as well a bit, but I wasn't really happy with the results, so I stuck with Commodore 64. I'm still doing that. I had a break of maybe 5 years, like early 2000. I was really not happy how the scene was at that time, because you know the most thing with the rules are with the kids and like teenagers, many boys. So this kind of influenced the visuals on all the like kind of atmosphere in a way, and I wasn't really. I went to art school and I wasn't really anymore into that. And luckily these days the demo scene is quite different because people are more mature. So, but these days I'm involved with the demo scene, maybe more than ever. I've been part of the Chew party, demo party. It's only like 64 party. It was actually held 2 weeks ago here in Tampere. And Chew party organization, we organized this party, but we also have like a wider perspective on demo scene that we want to get new people inside this kind of, still kind of like small circle of people, old sceners. And we organize clubs and publish music and some other things.
Okay. I think we will come also to this, what the future might be for the demo scene in the second part, but now it's up to Satu. So obviously you are not a veteran like Tommy, and you're also female. Maybe you can tell us a little bit about that. So what is your experience with the scene?
In this group, I think I'm the newcomer, even though I've been in demo scene like 15 years. But yeah, I came to the demo scene when one of my friends asked me, do I want to do some graphics for their demos? And I did a little bit of graphics and started going to parties, and I just fell in love. I love how creative the people are, and even though I've coded little bit, but very little, and I seriously don't always understand how these things are made. And it's astonishing what people can do with old machines, and even to take some machine that shouldn't exist and then make it do something that it wasn't supposed to. So I love the creativity and right now I'm very active in the demo scene, organizing parties, doing our mostly in demo scene. So I'm really into this culture and this, as like you said, the social aspects that are around the demo scene. And I think this is something that we cannot just take the demos, and it is very important for demo scene. It's basically its culture, it's what is around demos.
Thank you very much, and now please, it's up to you, Jari.
So my name is Jari Myllylähti, and the reason why I'm here as well is I was part of the demo scene in really somewhere mid-80s up to early 90s. And we had a group of friends who formed actually the Amiga group that's named Clones, and as Mr. Grendel on the back row knows, no one knew the faces for the guys back then, so pretty much now I give a face to the group as well. So it was kind of 4 guys in the really small village in the southern part of Finland near town Salo, where we put up the group, and it started as well with the guys stated that with the crack intros, what was on the productions as well. So we looked onto those while we swapped as well software for 64 and Amiga. But then we ended up on doing things differently and trying to do a social network out of the setup. It's actually part of the culture project. And in the 80s and 90s, it was not that easy because we didn't have even the BBSs back then, you know, in general public. So it was all around getting the contact details on the demos and intros, contacting the guys in Sweden, Germany, wherever it could be, and having fun with the guys and exchanging ideas and trying to code things differently. And from that perspective, what we established is that for me personally, it's all about the friendships and the culture and the networks and nothing else. And it's not about the, you know, finishing a gigantic demo or piece of art or work or whatever it could be. It's just having fun with the friends around the scene. And for me personally, I'm a hard coder, so I enjoy finishing things of small computers. What pretty much you try to think of what you should finish in coding and how can I make this happen. And this is still at my core of heart. So I still have my Amigas. I bought myself my very first Commodore 64 this year, and I'm looking into coding on that as well. And I still have my MSX as well. So it's, even though Tommy sold his 386, I still have my 786. So or 788. So that's one of the best computers I've ever had. And then for me personally, it's, you know, friendships and these kind of things. And it's a culture that you live and breathe, and you try to figure out what you do with it. Professional life is aside, so this is on the dark side of the world.
But it has some connections, of course.
Yes, it has some connections, of course. I run into people on demos all the time, on professional life as well. So you connect with people and names that you even didn't realize that they used to know like 25 years back.
So it's a kind of a hidden secret network spread all over the world, but maybe we can give that network a little bit more visibility. Let me come to that later. Only briefly, maybe I introduce myself. I'm Andreas Lange. I'm working at the European Federation of Game Archives, Museums and and Preservation Projects. So it's the Association of European Game Museums, and the Finnish Museum of Games is one of our members. And AFGAM became the coordinator of the international application process, and you will understand that later, what that means. I don't personally have a background in the demo scene. And maybe I add to what you all said and hopefully give you an idea even about the diversity of the scene, that it's strictly non-profit. I think that's a very important rule somehow, which is also for your identity important. We decided now to have a first Q&A round only dedicated to questions of understanding for the demo scene. There will be the second one after our second part. So please, if you have questions to understand the demo scene, it's now the time to raise it. There are no questions. That's of course great. That you have explained that very well, or you are very familiar audience with the demo scene. So now then let's come to the second part, and this is the idea to apply for becoming UNESCO Intangible Cultural Heritage of Humanity. And this is one of the lists the UNESCO is providing. There's the tangible, better known list, where you have tangible artifacts like castles and also some nature things. But since 2003 there is a new heritage list, and that's the one for intangible heritage. This is very interesting because this list and this definition of intangible heritage offers a lot of connecting points for digital culture, and that somehow is the bigger context of the application, that it will become the first application of a born digital culture to be accepted as UNESCO heritage of humanity. And so we will come up to this later, but first we start with a video of Lina. Lina, I tell you her name correctly, and hopefully now the sound will work with this, because this video, it's here you can see it's Lina Mariso from the Finnish Heritage Agency, and she is responsible for managing these application processes for Finland, for the national level. And it's really a pity, because it's a really nice video. I'm
sorry, there's nothing I can do here on this side. The sound is on, so there is some kind of weird problems happening.
Maybe we can do it that way here. Let's have a look. Give me the mic. Can you level up? Oh, I have to mute. I'll check this one.
Okay, today's seminar, you are discussing about the Hello there at the Finnish Museum of Games. My name is Leena Marsio, and I work as a senior advisor here in the Finnish Heritage Agency. Sorry that I cannot be there with you today in your panel discussion and workshop, but instead I decided to send you this greeting. I'm coordinating the convention on the safeguarding of intangible cultural heritage. The convention is quite new. It came around in 2003 and Finland ratified the convention 6 years ago. So since then, the Finnish Heritage Agency has been working on the convention. So far, 170 countries have ratified the convention, which shows how important thing living heritage and its safeguarding has been felt to be in different parts of the world. You're there in today's seminar. You are discussing about the inscription of demo scene to the Intangible Cultural Heritage List of UNESCO. We appreciate this, and we think it's quite nice that we have new areas inside the convention, so that it's not only dancing, singing, games, food, or relationship to nature, but instead we can have some new questions and new fields of living heritage we can discuss and further our cooperation. Well, the first step in the process is that all of the demo scene activities in different countries participating in this initiative need to be in the national inventory. Here in Finland, we opened the Wiki inventory for living heritage 3 years ago, and so far we have over 150 elements from over 220 communities in this inventory. Every second year it's possible to apply to the national inventory, and it is this year, December, that is the next time. So the next move here in Finland is to write a very good application or an article to the Wiki inventory and also to the national inventory. When thinking about a multinational nomination or any nomination to UNESCO, I think the key thing is cooperation. All of the communities that are working with the element, they need to be part of the process. These are multi-year processes where different kind of actors need to come together and to discuss especially safeguarding, which for me is the key point in the fight to the UNESCO, or also actually a key point of any kind of living heritage element. So I hope to hear from you also when you're applying to the national inventory, how you are safeguarding and how you see the future of this element. How will the community in question safeguard it, and then also the state, which is a crucial part in the nomination file. At the moment we know about a handful of other initiatives in the field that are interested in multinational applications. We don't have any specific dates for those in Finland, we rather follow them up. What is happening in the field and how are they developing, and then when the file or the situation with the cooperation is mature enough, then we will make the decisions here in the Finnish Heritage Agency, and also including the advisory board of intangible cultural heritage, and then the decision will lastly be made here in Finland by the Ministry of Education and Culture. So I wish you good luck with your initiative and have a good day there in Tampere. Bye.
So, she had explained some of the procedure. I will add this some other aspects that you get a clear picture. By the way, this is the campaign homepage, and there's also a hashtag. It's Art of Coding. If you want to support us, please use it. It's important to reach as many people as possible. And what I wanted to explain is a little bit more the procedure the UNESCO is offering. So the first step is to become listed in the national inventories and be accepted as a national ICH. ICH means Intangible Cultural Heritage, so it's a little bit shorter. And not only here in Finland, there are applications are initiated, but also in Germany will be an application submitted only this month. We hope that even in other countries where the demo scene is strong, also application initiatives are started. And then the second step is, after these national applications hopefully have succeeded, that these countries who has listed the demo scene on their national list can decide to nominate the demo scene for the international listing. This is something we are claiming from up the beginning, because the demo scene is an international culture, so it makes no sense to put it only at national lists. And it's also representing very much a European cultural thing, because there are also demo scenes and demo parties in other parts of the world abroad of Europe, but nowhere it has developed so sustainably like in Europe. So it's a very European culture as well. And so this is something I wanted to add to what Lina just explained to us. And of course it's very important for us to see the openness of Finland to even nominate the demo scene after, of course, the application has to be granted on the national level, for the international level. And this is the next important step, but for the moment we are going for the national levels. And now, of course, it's very important for us to understand why this application is important for the scene. And now I want to ask you again. And of course, also, we want to understand if there are concerns about it, because it is the firstborn digital culture who wants to become accepted by such a traditional heritage label. There are some conflicts, maybe. And now we start with Jari. Where's the mic? And so Jari, what do you think about this initiative, Art of Coding?
I think it's one of the key elements on doing this to preserve the culture as such, because I think it's a living culture still, even though it's evolved, and which is I don't think it's going to be denied anyway by the ICH anyway. So I think it's an evolving culture, and I think it's important part of the subculture, if you want to call that. And of course, drawbacks being there are parts that people don't tend to think to put on public and visible as well. Like some of the groups or people tend to think they don't want to be visible, even they just want to be handled by their handlers. And I think the key part is to keep it alive, give it an official status as well, because it is an a good culture. It's a subculture that, and it's an electronic one. So I think it has a long roots on the history as well. So in my perspective and eyes, it should be preserved.
All right. Thanks very much, then, Satu. So, what do you think about UNESCO becoming UNESCO heritage?
Well, first of all, I think that the demo scene, as you heard, how it has progressed through time, it kind of tells a story about how our digital changes have happened in our society and how it changed a lot of things and how we do things. So I think that is one of the points. But also, why I think it's important that we get this status is we are a culture that is changing quite a lot, and there is quite interesting aspects. And there is a lot of tangible material, like with the Got Papers project. And there is also a lot of demos that are archived, and there is a lot of material that is archived. But there is, I think, very little research done yet. And at least I think it would be very interesting to see the kind of a timeline how demo parties progressed, what kind of composed game and when and how. And also here a lot of, well, most of the demos are preserved, but not the stories behind them. And this would be also very interesting if there would be more archiving of this information, that why did this group make this specific demo at this time?
Yeah.
Because there is usually a story behind it. But of course, when you said that there is doubts. And one of the doubts that I've heard is that people are afraid that when we are getting the common knowledge, there will be a lot of new people coming and interested. And because we've been such a tight-knit group that when you go to a demo party, it's very safe environment. It's kind of like self-regulating. So it's kind of like if you're an asshole, nobody will not talk to you and you're out. So it's kind of, people are afraid that we will attract those not so nice people. But for me, the demo sceners are getting older, and also I think there is more people maybe slowly getting out than coming in. And I think we need new blood, and we need to open our hearts and our community and be open for new participants.
Yeah, thanks very much for also these insights. And Tommy, so what are you thinking about becoming UNESCO Heritage of Humanity? With your demo scene background, not with your comics, but maybe it's all very similar.
Yeah, well, there's a connection in my comics and decisions for projects, but it's not here. I can talk about that. But of course, for me, it's kind of the whole project. I think it's, of course, it's about digital history of the software, history of the scene itself, and as its own underground culture. And I must state that it started as an underground. And it lasted like maybe late 90s, that there started to be the first documentaries like on TV, very Finland in other countries, some books, some exhibitions and things like that that gathered and showed this culture to bigger audience. But the background really is in the underground. And a lot of people want to keep it underground, and that's kind of like the doubt here that you get from the scene. But I think that's really the minority. And this kind of thinking, of course, comes from the fact that for many people, this demo scene has been maybe for all their lives, it's been their like main area where they express themselves. They really feel it like they have a second home here, and they feel in a way that somebody comes from outside the scene and tells them, okay, we do this and this. And it feels like it's not the purpose of the scene itself, it's the community. It's there. But as Satu said, that I think like the research on this material that's been actually quite well gathered For example, Casa de la Merite there in the corner, they're maybe digitizing some demos at the moment, 80s or something. But there's no research almost at all. And this is kind of the interesting thing, because there's so much material that's interesting in the wider perspective, because demo scene influenced games naturally, because demo scene people, they went doing games. It also influenced music, scene, dance music, for example, and techno stuff there, during the 90s, for example. And then graphics, so graphics became one kind of like trend in science. But when we go with coding, as a graphic artist, I like to express myself through different medias outside the OC. And also, like, I publish my graphics and other platforms and books as well. And for music artists, they can of course do music, make a CD or put it in Spotify or something, and get audience that way. But with the coder, he's still inside the scene in a way, and that's why I like the name that it's art of coding. And demos really are coders part of the scene. In a way, I always feel when I'm doing graphics for demos that I'm like helping the coder make the visuals, and the actual product is the main goals.
One question. So you just make us aware that there was already changes going on from an underground scene towards more as to an established culture, like with documentaries. And am I right that even these developments in the past also caused some discussions and fears within the scene, or was it until now a very consistent thing and community and art of coding will trigger something completely new, or will it just push a little bit what's already went on in the last years within the scene? What you said, coming from subculture, developing towards new directions. So.
Yeah. To understand the demo scene, you have to know that until like mid-90s it was kind of like really tight community with all the machines included in the same parties, like C64, Amiga, PC demos, were shown at the same parties. But after that, there started to be like division, like that we had like strictly 8-bit computer parties, and then there was PC parties that only showed PC demos. And for a long time it was kind of like divided. And for example, me, I went with the 8-bit stuff, so I wasn't really connected with the PC demos anymore. And so, but like for example, assembly, something works with as well. It started as a strictly demo party, like early 90s. And if you played games there, just like no. Somebody came to tell me that you should play games, you should do demos and so. So, but like early 2000 it was already like mostly games. But now, assembly has done like for the past year a lot of job presenting demos on the national TV, the national broadcasting company, and things like that. So basically, like for example, assembly went back to demos after the while it only or mostly like games. So it's kind of a tricky story. There was a moment like late 90s when there was kind of like a boom that Jasma Museum in Helsinki, for example, they wanted to show demos there, and they went to like national museums and there was interest in there. Yeah. But to understand the whole scene, you have to also like understand different parts and segments there.
All right. So thank you very much. Then, Clap, please. What is your opinion about that, and which advantages do you see potentially coming to the scene from that application?
Well, I'm a bit like I have a bit of a double role here, because on the one hand I'm a researcher who is researching 1980s, early 90s home computer history. On the other hand, of course, I'm a demo scener. So, like I am inside myself a bit split on this issue actually. And perhaps we should talk about two areas where this whole UNESCO thing might or might not benefit the scene and its heritage. On the one hand, there is the history of the scene. And I mean, looking at not just at the history of technology or the history of youth cultures, but looking at cultural and social history of the 80s and early 90s, the scene, like not just the demo scene, but this whole cultural complex of like cracking games, producing intros, producing demos, and so on. It's very important if you do like an overarching cultural history of the 1980s and early 90s, because it's not just one of several digital subcultures, like among cultures such as hacking or I don't know, games modding and so on. But this is actually the first mass culture. While hackers in the 80s were a pretty elite group actually, even though they were very often in the media and so on, at least in Germany. But the scene, it was really a mass phenomenon. I remember reading an interview with a Swedish scene veteran who was recalling that just in his school there were like 10 different cracking groups active in one school. So it was really a mass phenomenon that mattered a lot for many people, and for a whole generation actually, in the 80s and early 90s. And this aspect of history should be included in general histories of our time, in general histories of the 80s and early 90s. And I mean the 80s in general, politically and culturally, are really like a crucial point in history that shapes our future, our present now, and our politics now, or the mess that we are in. We have to actually look at the 80s to understand a lot of it. So cultural phenomena of the 80s are extremely important as well. So why I'm saying this, if the demo scene as like the most visible part of the scene gets UNESCO recognition as intangible cultural heritage, of course for us as historians, conservationists, museum officials and so on, it will be much easier for us to argument for better resources and better funding in order to preserve this really important part of 1980s, 1990s culture. I mean, everyone who has done research or any sort of outreach work relating to the demo scene, and actually it's not the case that there is very little research. There is a lot of research done, but it could be more. But everyone who has been involved in that kind of research, it's always a bit annoying that like you write a research paper on some scene-related topic, and then first you have to explain on the first like 5 pages what is the scene or what is the demo scene. Of course, a bit of attention towards the demo scene in form of this recognition by the UNESCO would save us in the long run. Would save us this sort of problem. And of course, one needs far more resources to conduct oral history interviews, to do digital preservation projects, and so on and so forth. So, in order to preserve the history of our culture and of this really important 1980s, 1990s phenomenon, this would be brilliant, and this could really give a push into new preservation projects, new research projects, and so on. As for the current demo scene, I mean, of course there would be quite a lot of advantages, like new people. It would attract new people. Getting a new generation interested in the demo scene has always been a problem for the past like 15 years or so, because it's very hard to explain to people nowadays like for whom size of data doesn't matter. Like why should you actually do real-time coding and real-time graphics in a limited size? Like if you can stream whole films over the internet without even noticing how big this data is, why should you bother doing these tiny things? And to understand and to appreciate that fully, basically you have to have been grown up in an age where floppy disks were the measurement of the data that you deal with. If we find like new ways to attract people to the demo scene, and actually these new ways are slowly being found right now, for example through the shader showdown competition, these like live coding competitions that are a steady part of demo parties for the past few years. So there is already something happening that attracts a new generation to the demo scene, but if there can be done more of that, of course it will be great. And I don't think we should be afraid of an influx of people. On the other hand, of course, I guess many people would have a problem with, or like would be afraid of losing this sort of like spirit of informality that governs the scene. Yeah, there are not many like official structures, and there is a pretty much like a laissez-faire attitude, considering many things, like how things are done in the demo scene. Yeah, and of course, new attention to the demo scene could also lead to a stronger institutionalization and stronger reglementation of like demo scene everyday practices. So, yeah, I guess there are many opinions about that.
Thanks very much. And looking to the time, it's some minutes left, so I want to give you the opportunity to raise some questions. Yes, there's one.
As to this like perceived lack of research on the demo scene, me and Gleb and Antti Silvas, we've been collecting this bibliography of related publications since 2004, so it's been quite a while already. You can find it online with the title Demo Scene Research. And currently there's 4 doctoral theses, at least like 10 master theses, some tens of research papers. So it's not like unheard of that there would be some academic research on the demo scene as well. What I wouldn't say there's, so you cannot say that there's not much research, but there's little in-depth research. That's my own current perception on it. So this is like all sorts of like introductions to demo scene published over and over again in academic contexts, but hardly ever there has been much like going beyond that, like going deeper into like individual subjects. We have these like general introductions all over again, and they serve their purpose if like people get to know the topic, but it's like in-depth research isn't the same.
Okay, thanks very much for that comment. Other questions and comments?
Thank you, Niklas. So I'm just gonna make this argument, and you can take it apart then. But so what is the thing that is sort of, or is there something that I'm noticing right now that is like forward-looking and is saying something more sort of about digital media and digitality for right now or for the future that comes out of these sort of reflections on the demo scene and that particular kind of digital making that you would see in the horizon as something that would make it interesting and relevant for all of us to learn more about and to preserve the demo scene?
Whom of you wants to answer this question?
Well, one thing that's kind of like interests me personally is the idea of optimized coding, optimized graphics for music as ecological thing.
And do you think that this could a contribution from the scene to the wider society, that you care for code, which of course, and for algorithms, which of course become more and more important for our whole society in every parts of our life? Is that it kind of caring for efficiency and this? Do you think that could become something the others could learn from the scene?
Well, I'm
not wasting resources, but really.
Well, consuming is consuming. So if you consume products, data products, that's consuming them. If you consume data, enormous loads of data, that's consuming as well. But I'm not saying that when I do 64 graphics, I'm being ecological, but as an example, it could be something that's been forgotten as it's all in coding, for example, not in all the things. But
yeah, maybe for the coding, I could comment that. For me, the demo scene is all about the art of coding as such. So it's all about understanding how you make efficient code, how you do things. And I think on the newest part, I've been there 20 years ago, and the other guys have been starting after that. So it changed and evolved into a different setup with large amounts of memory and space to store things. And I think that even though the Commodore 64 and the 8-bit era is still living, I think we should have more focus on the actual precise part of coding, how we did things back then with the really small machines.
Club, you also wanted to answer?
Just a tiny remark on that. I mean, already from a historical perspective, no matter what we can learn from the demo scene for today and for the future, I guess this is what you were asking about, what is forward thinking about. There's some aspects that you mentioned, and I agree with them. But already the impact the demo scene did for digitization and for home computerization in the 80s and early 90s, this alone already makes the scene deserve this sort of recognition as a really crucial part of the history of computerization of Europe.
But maybe I can add something. Yes, that's right, but the definition of ICH is very much about living cultures, and living cultures are of course cultures which are still developing and will develop.
Yeah, of course.
And the demo scene is one of the very few born digital cultures who managed to survive so many technical changes and showed their ability to adapt their cultural practice to the new technical context. And that makes it, in my opinion, so strong as an example for a born digital culture, even for other communities. You don't find, in my opinion, that many cultures which had proven that ability and which has proven this living power. And so, in my opinion, you shouldn't be anxious about further developments, which of course must happen because technology, and you are depending on technology, is still changing very, very dynamically.
And just one thing, the demo scene is probably the first born digital culture that already has succeeded passing on the torch to literally the next generation, because currently there are already children of demo sceners being active in producing material for demos, or actually to hold demos themselves. And this is quite extraordinary actually for a digital culture.
Yeah, I was just thinking that also, as you said, we are a kind of a living, breathing thing. We are evolving all the time, and demo scene is not something that is going to stay static, and we are not going to stay in this state we are now. We have changed throughout the time quite a lot and evolved, and we are still evolving and changing, and it will be interesting to see what happens in the future. But definitely the changes in the technology will give new opportunities to show the talent and creativity of the people. But it's something that why also we should get this status now, is that we can record this stage that we are now and document how we are organizing parties at this point.
One last question I regret, and maybe because you have already raised one, please ask your question.
Also, a little remark to the other question. Scene has been dead since 80s and long live the scene. But there has been also some concerns about when you get the status of the UNESCO in tangible cultural heritage. There might be money involved, and money changes stuff. So this is a concern that I've heard from other people. So what happens if people start to, or institutions start to pay for certain groups to do art for them? How does that change demo scene? Does it change demo scene? And what is your take on that?
Maybe before you answer, a short fact that the UNESCO definition of ICH is strictly only for non-profit cultures. It's not allowed that anybody, any culture who is connected with commercial things is applying, or they can apply, but it would not be granted. So that's a must from the UNESCO. But of course, higher visibility could lead to an issue like that, and maybe one last answer from you. Okay, yeah.
I don't believe it changes that actually, because the scene is the scene from my perspective. You know, that is, so I would disagree with money changing the setup.
All right.
Yeah, I totally agree. I don't see this really coming an issue. I think it might be that there is more official pressure for official museums and kind of people to document and preserve, but I don't see that it's gonna affect that people are getting paid or getting money from their demos.
Okay, I just got the permission for one really last question, please.
Just say a tiny remark to that. From a historical perspective, this will be nothing new, because so-called commercial demos have been around since the early 90s. So demo groups have been commissioned to code demos for commercial purposes all the time, and actually now the scene is far less commercial than it used to be at some point in the early 90s.
Thanks. I didn't mean to struggle to get you to sort of defend that you should preserve demo scene. Like, I think this is super interesting. I'm 35 years old. I'm a digital media researcher, and I learned about demo scene yesterday. So yeah, and you can roll your eyes at that, and you're probably right.
I'm not rolling my eyes.
But the thing is that this would have been like when I'm struggling to make the argument elsewhere that digital games and digital games preservation should be focusing more on what people do than what companies do, because digital is about making and culture is about making. Then I think that you have an argument there that is basically, well, there's already the ball in front of you. You just need to score the goal. Like, you're just giving me all these missing links in a like 1.5 hour talk about the connection between hacking and making culture and what digitality and digital media looks like today that I didn't know about, that I'm assuming most people don't know about, and that make all these arguments about that this doesn't need to be about huge companies that push DRM up your ass until you can't breathe anymore, because that's not how we make digital stuff. You make digital stuff, you make it differently, fuck those guys. So that would be my argument. So I'm just asking, do you think that's agreed?
No, I think that's a perfect statement to finish our panel. I thank you very much for that closing statement, and of course, thank you very much for your attention.
Yes, big hand of applause to the panel. Thank you so much for this interesting panel. The program now continues, and we're going to move to the inside the game museum on the so-called arena, where Toni Coveen from Retrofits shows the insides of a Defender and what's needed in order to keep it running. After that, we have a short break, so Toni can eat a little bit into that, and then after that, Pelikonen Peijonen, Mikko Heinonen, co-founder of the museum, will give a guided tour of the Finnish Museum of Games, starting at 15:30, 3:30, starting at the entrance to the museum at the elevator. So keep this in mind. Thank you.
Yeah,
senior, I don't know if you saw.
Oh, Xenia Tatarchenko. Yeah, what do you need to know? Can I just... Oh, she doesn't...
You want me to be a respondent?
Oh, yeah. Well, that's... yeah, I thought...
I'll just do what I've got so far, but...
Well, I can finger, right? I don't think I have any other contact. I think I have signed notes, so I just on Skype. Oh yeah.
That's the same thing. I'm pushing it in. No, I just want to let you know. Something else I wanted to ask.
So now, please go to the Games Museum. It's very interesting
program. Or is he the respondent? He thought he was the respondent. Do you want me to do something?
Oh no! That's a different conference. That's a different conference. I think so, because there's another conference in December.
Okay. All right. Well, he's going to shot. Next week.
Okay. So there's two. Okay. It is confusing, but there are like two different things. So there's a panel shot the main conference. You are the commentator, and Jaroslav is the chair.
And I was getting confused also with Gleb and Gerard. And their names are so similar.
That was the arcade. The sixth. On Sunday. Yeah, there's another thing at 6 on Sunday, which is separate. So
I had a quick look at the program. What are you talking about there?
That's a good question. It's kind of like a round table about some of the recent books about So
there's a new book out as well.
Yeah, there's a collective edition, and I think one of the authors, not one of the authors is going to be there. And then there's another thing, it's been quite busy, and I'm quite honestly, I don't need to be like this subject, but yeah, I need to
I'll let you talk about that with him.
Yeah, because they're like two different
panels.
You can have it. It's a classic. Have you seen this magazine, Melanie, called Wireframe? It's
Nowadays we're printing code too.
It's called Wireframe. It's out every 2 weeks, and it's free online. No, it's free. Yeah, but it's they released the PDF for free.
That's from. I got that one from.
Yeah, I'll send you on the link to it if you like.
I think that's super
Mä voin ne toisessa.
Ja mukana. Sitten mennään uudestaan kaikki. Joo. Tämä on ihan kova. Joo. Tosi vähän se.
Tässä on sen edellinen.
Iso pullo vai.
Outside parliamentary maps published on the very strong. But we had all too early a very strong reaction towards initiatives. Like you take the resistance against the census from 1914, or I mean in general these publications against computer user statements or so in this regard it's quite interesting because from the very beginning I look at the line and has sort of a relations some new products or yeah, this was really outside the imagination. Rather than states and not the big companies with owning. Yes, exactly. That's one.
Mä haluan niitä, mistä tulee sitä roskasoftaa mukana.
Isoimmankin.
Imkupunhan se on. Yes.
Se olisi muuten CD-version brändi.
Se on vaan semmoinen, missä roskaa. Uusi versio 2013. Mitä ne vaatii? Se on varmaan ikinä. Se on tämä.
Were in the 90s.
There were mostly
jos sopimus järjestetään, sitten pitää olla lääkitään, säätää lait. Ei tule ero ennen laitteen ulos.
Täällä saa tavallaan.
Hey, danke. Das war ja super. Vor allen Dingen tatsächlich mal von dir.
Das hat tällaisen Gender-video.
guess around.
Onko sulla usko kertoa mikä? Siinä on kyllä tärkeitä asioita.
Läsman har tagit steg.
Joo, ja näissä on vasta tiellä.
Joo.
Tosin on tällainen digisantti. Tämäkin olisi viimeinen.
Se ei ole niin kivan näköinen.
Tätä aina saattaa viimeinen. Ainakin kaupassa sulla on niin vahva ostotusta. Ei viimeinen tuolla, en mä kyllä otan viimeisen kuka voi saada.
Kätevää.
Sen veskus. Tää kupla laskeutuu. tietenkin käynyt toisessa päässä asti, mutta lähivessä siellä on operaatio karhukuntia sitä radiopuhelimessa ihan problem.
Aha, joku on vääntänyt sinne siis kunnon tulpat. Se on nyt jokattu se sportti.
Millä se meni loppupeleissä?
Siis ihan tämmönen kun Jope Endokin CD-emu. Sitten saa klikata oikealla napilla CD-asemaa. Oli A-puoli ihan tupaten täynnä viikkivarreja ja V-puoli.
Lyhyin kasetteja ja sitten oli aamassa helvetin, kun se monet puolet. Kaikki
aportoitu dumppi ja renjuu päälle ja sitten kelailla ja tulee sieltä jo hintaa. Veitte flipperillä asti.
Siis pitää mennä nopeus käsikirjasta. Sinne ihan perään.
Sieltä on flipperit, vaikka se nyt tuli tavallaan.
Ei siis flipperi pois. Tässä jos ei pitää
mennä ihan. Joo. Kävisi siinä flipperillä.
Mä toin pari kertaa story, kun mä mistä pitkään näin. Onko se pyöritään niin defenderiä?
Se on niin mielenkiintoisia sisältöjä, jos ei ikinä nähnyt. Ei ole niin tavallaan niin ensimmäinen flipperin sisältöjä.
Toi oli itse asiassa toi defenderi toi ihan arcade.
Ai siis se ei ole flipperi.
Joo, ei ihan annettu tästä.
Eikö ei tuossa puhuttu flipperistä? Mutta ne on flipperiksi.
Se on varmaan tuon niin jutun.
Se on vielä vähemmän mielenkiintoinen se arcade sisällykset.
Look, there are beers.
On siellä pölyä ja häntäkin sitten usein.
Meillä oli lyhyen aikaa se Operation Dundalk, mikä on siellä Oxfordilla.
Joo.
Maaliste se on kyllä täynnä niin paskaa. Mitään rajaa, mitä sekin on, jos tuli.
No niin, siellä tuuletin. Sitten se imee kaiken paskan ympäristön sinne vehkeen. Mikä se on niin se lopputulos? Sitten kun ne seisoo jossain nurkassa, niin ihan vähänkin sinne tekee myös. Siellä on mukava lämmin ja ei meillä ei saa kelata. Ihan kohta hyvin. Asteella. Tämä kirjekuva, jos tummat tuntuu, se ei ole yllättävää niissä päivänä.
Niin vikkimatskuulla oli kaikki.
No, tässä vielä lisää tuo pahvilaatikossa. Mä tehdään ensin ja sitten tehdä tuonne kansioon, missä on se kirjekuvan sisältö. Kuullaanko me hepetetään tää? Mä en tiedä mihin mä edes talletin. Desktopilla. Okei. Mä löydän desktopin kanssa. Tuolla. Onko se liian täyteen? Mä kuusilmäisin.
Kyllä, me näytään tuossa.
Ottakaa kuulla.
Tästä ei ole kauan enää.
Eikö se ole tärkeää? Jaahas, sittenhän voitaisiin
Tämä on jännä. Ohjelman saajus. Tämä oli toissalla itse asiassa, koska se oli.
Joo.
Siellä prosentti, jos oli ulkokäyssä kehäohjelma, tehty. Tekijä oli saajus Oy. Saajus Oy on edelleen olemassa firma ja ne oli pitkään, se on metallia. Niillä on ollut joku jännä vaihdossa tai kokeilu tuottaminen softaa. Mä nyt tajusin, että yksi MSX-konekki oli ensimmäinen saajus. Mutta se sekaisin ja suussa on vastuussa. Mä yritän sanoa, että se on ilman teitä, joka on saatu.
Ramon is alive. Tämä laatikko taitaa nyt olla semmoinen, että tätä voidaan joskus lamereilla, koska sitä jää kesken, niin tähän on joskus mitenkään merkkaa mitään tehty.
Vilkota kameralla. Nopeammin nenää ja varmaan ties mitä tässä.
On puhuttu pahaa kaikista selän takana ja sitä on tietenkin internetissä.
Kuten sitä mä ehkä voisin käsitellä, että edellinen, joka tuossa lähimessässä kävi, niin sehän taisi olla eräs.
Mikä se nyt on?
Operaatio Karhupumppu, 3 miestä telemassa radiopuheena.
Miesten pumppu.
Nyt on poliisiauto pihalla.
Okei,
ne oli jotakin hälytysjuttua, että se on hälytystunut.
Toi on siis toi lähimessä, se on miesten osalta tukossa. Se oli Karhupumppu, niin mun piti kävellä sinne pelimuseoon.
Se oli äsken 3 kaveria tuossa isot sukkan pois, että sulla oli jalkamies. Siellä on melkoista Karhupumppua kerrottiin.
Okei.
Ja sun puolella sun pitää siitä johonkin näköinen yksin hankki.
Ai. Se on ihan kivuliasta.
Kaikki näkö missä on.
Mäkin haluan se kuusnepainen sikka.
Kuusnepaa mä ymmärrän. Toinen. Sä oot internetissä paremmin kiinnostunut.
Ja siis silleen kiva, että sä puhuttiin tossa just tossa. Katso ymmärrän, että tää on museo. Ne ei ole niinku silleen ottamista varten.
Mitä sinua? Mä luulen, että saa ottaa.
Mäkin yritin ottaa sen Amersoftin pelin lainaa.
Ei päätä.
Onko täällä Uunokin Retrofits?
Taisi olla. Onko se päätös? Onkin. Niin onkin jo päätös. Mitä on se?
Sitten siellä on siinä piilossa se assentajista. Niistä Mikkari tässä on tehty. Seuraava osuus on Mikolta tällainen kierros.
Tämä oli semmoista. Se on kahvi. Se kahvi oli ihan...
Niin, voiko ruokaa tuolla? On se jotain siitä kautta?
Mä tulisi vahvia kauan esimerkiksi. On tullut vähän verotettu. Mä katsoin toi breikki. Onko kumpaa?
Mä tein keskikaupungin, että kun katsotaan kaupunkiin koneet. Ei vähän korkein. Se on
Joo, mä en tiedä mistä on flipperina päähän. Ei tässä ole mitään niitä.
Ei se ole
flipperina päähän. Ikään kuin yhden on tähän hyvä.
Onko se niille asti? Passi.
Now the sounds are working. Yeah, that was a little bit of pity. Maybe it was the headset or something like that. Yeah, we checked it in front, it was fine, and then I had the feeling that the connection, that this HDMI connection somehow has a little bit of problem. Sometimes it's when you yes, sometimes if you have maybe also have too many applications. Hear that? Really good sound that is and it's a 64
Swinburne keskitään.
Sitten muuta ei tarvitse, että tulee kaikki puheet kuulee.
Tällä kertaa.
Mitä se on ollut se keskiajan kaikki? Siinä on siitä taas edettiin. Se missään kiinni.
Ja se supparia mä unohdin, mä haluan pitää supparia päälle.
Mulla on niin suuntaavat kanavia, ei tarvitse
mulla on hedelmöitys, niin sama on hedelmöitys, vai
Yeah, you can understand what it means. I don't have a technical background, so for me, because I know that 64 layout is very, very small space, but yeah, but that's really
Sitä on 9 tuommoista, niin just ne varmaan pari 3 tonnia.
Sitten se oli enemmän
yeah, that's the archival copy. That's not the video. That's not the real thing. The real thing is a live performance.
Yeah, the series.
Are not actors are performing something.
äänitetään koko siinä kaikessa päästä.
Mä just katsoin, että se on nuo takkavuoden kaikki. Se on melkein samanlaista. Takkavuoden kaikki.
Yeah, so are there still some of your issues left? Windows. And the original one there in the internet already.
Neljä lonkkarissa ja yksi on semmoinen.
How many
Siis on vaan koverossa.
play on video?
Mutta on nämä koksit, mä tykkään näistä suuntaan.
Yeah. And how much you print and send?
Sitten mä tykkään tästä nämä suuret koterot.
Se on ihme, mitä pasoo. Vaikka se refleksi on vain.
Seuraava joskus refleksin miksi on nyt tullut.
Ei, se on ihan täysin. Tämä on suomalaista. Se on kaveri suunnitelma.
Some charge for some money.
Nuorisahan oli kaikenlaisia.
Meilläkin on Oona yhden pikkuinen tytön tonkki. Ja ensikin koko ajan nähnyt, ei kertaa.
Oona teki semmoista skeikäistä haluaa.
Teki.
Tämä on jännä, että näistä ei oikein löydy mitään infoa mistä. Ainoa mitä löydettiin oli tämä tekniikan mallikana, missä on tehty tämmöinen.
Mikä on ylävuotta?
Commercial.
70.
Masses.
2 tonnia.
There's some commercial idea.
Tämä on sama hinta mukainen. Tuossa huomaa. Sama tässä on pitkä.
Okay. Fairs, commercial fairs.
Sen takia ei oikein supparia tarvitse oikeastaan olla.
Tämä on varmaan se 11 Passo, alapasso.
Joo. Tämä kehitetään sitä.
Sitten taas vähän kerrostalossa Nolanissa.
Joo, sitä. Joo.
Minähän olen.
Niin tää on museo.
Mä annan, okei.
Tuon kirjekuoren mä ehdin tekemään, mutta laatikko jää Kalleella, miten se jää kesken.
No, that's not. Okay, so this is a special issue which you produce for on color, like for combating 6 minutes. All right. And then, of course, it's reprint. This is color. This is my original
What's game plan? Yeah, because we have to plan everything on paper. Yeah, it was to plan and the coding we did. Is that okay? Or maybe not just yeah.
And back then it was like in murky.
No, these are like original games.
Yeah, but then this is not a copy of the original edition.
Yeah,
it's something you produced. This is something you produced for the exhibition. It's kind of the exhibition program or Niklas for the exhibition guide. So that it's not in the style of your magazine. Okay, I got it. But you don't have copies of your original issues.
Is this a different magazine from the same era? It's for simply aesthetics users.
Maybe you can take it from the...
Oh yeah.
I have to go now, so... Thank you, it's nice talking to you. Bye-bye, guys.
It's also about games.
This was surprisingly tech-oriented. Yeah, maybe could even was about simulators and they sold stuff in the store, so they had a little bit of stuff.
Kyllä mä joudun jossain vaiheessa vahva
screen memory.
So I don't have a technical background, but I'm working necessarily as a sneak case. Very aware of computers.
I thought this yeah. I thought
you got some money from them, or it was an exchange? They
I don't think
printed an advertisement for your
journal. And there is funny point that this is simple magazine. They have previously micropost advertisement, and the micropost advertisement they are claiming that this other magazine has so many stories that they are everything, so you can send the extra ones to us to the micropost. And here the editor of this magazine is saying, shame on you, this is not true, we are always looking for new stuff.
It's very similar to these greetings things, the crackers and also the things in his hand.
This magazine was just for
and also more games oriented.
Yeah, this has lots of code examples.
But you also had you wanted to check with management.
Yeah, in the case of this magazine, you chose the user club and all the magazines. And most of the time it was 4 times per year, but in the end 6 times per year. Yeah. But it was 180. And while I was scanning in, I could see how things were like leaking and then slowly declining, and because maybe all numbers on the 88, they are already advertising PCs and even asking, have you already changed to PC?
But if for you it was no discussion that it was it's hard to C64 or other more capable platforms than the Sinclair? Or have you discussed it? Back then you should open your scope to the more powerful.
I was part of this one. This scanning was done in the context of our association. It will be digital preservation. In practical work, we look at stuff and preserve it. But there are some messages on the final numbers where they are like
asking why you are supporting the platforms so strongly, and others are like, I'm selling my computer, see you later. People are jumping both.
And so what about your organization? You're digitized, what materials are digitalizing? So what becomes your motivations?
Motivation is to preserve scene history for me. But we have
Your scene history,
yes.
you're a senior.
So we have 50 members and we all have our own office. So we are preserving original games of the scene stuff. We are digitizing film, text, scanning.
So it's because you have a private motivation. It's part of your biography.
For me, it's that the history is dying, the 80s history, the scene history. Because it was a small subculture of the subculture, so it's a kind of natural thing. So the scenes are, I mean, the tapes. There's a quite nice example of the disc. You can see through the.
Yeah.
You can read the same.
Yeah, that data is lost.
And then why?
That is lost.
What?
That the data on theory is lost.
Data what?
Yeah, because there is a scratch on the list and you can see through it. There is no any.
Yeah.
And if you try to clean it, the material on the list comes away. So I was trying to clean it. So this is the magnetic material from the disk. So
I'm pretty much aware of that problems because as a curator, I'm the founding director of the Golden Computer Museum. It's the first games museum in the world. We opened up in 1996. And so I only left it end of last year. Now I'm representing not only one computer game museum but several computer game museums in that federation. I'm not sure if And so as a curator, you're not only responsible for the exhibitions but also for collecting and so since the early 2000s I became, because I don't have an academic background. I don't have a background as a librarian cultural humanities guy. And by early 2000s, I realized that I'm in the preservation business and in digital preservation. That was a very new thing that people understood that there's not only analog stuff to preserve, but also digital stuff to preserve, and that you need complete tools, that you need complete strategies to preserve these.
I mean, it's harder to get.
Yes, yes, you're right. And so since this time, digital preservation became also a growing important activity stream for me. And I also had several collaborations with people coming more from the traditional memory sector, which only understood, and that's really a funny thing historically. If they thought and still think about the digital change in the cultural sector, for them it means mainly digitalization of the analog stuff. So they treat it as a tool. They use it as a tool for the analog stuff, but they don't understand that there is more digital culture already since many decades. And so, but when they understood that digital preservation would become a challenge, it was when their digitalizations became obsolete. And then, because it costs a lot of money to do that digitalization, but if they are 10 years old, they start understanding that it's not for sure that you can access these digitalizations also in 100 years ahead. And so then they started understanding the challenge of digital preservation coming from the end. And so that's only to explain my background a little bit better to you. So I'm very aware of, we did some tests, especially in the photos. So I collected 25,000 games. And once we had a sample of 360,000 discs, we just checked if they are still available or not. And that was 10 years ago.
percentage of people and what usually also where it's industrial and everything you did at home is usually done very quickly. But personally, I'm surprised how long this magnetic, these industrial magnetic data carriers can hold onto that. It's I wouldn't have expected that it is so long.
When you store it correctly, it will for decades. When you store it correctly.
What do you mean with correctly?
For example, if you have moisture environment, you have to
okay, that's
physical or something like that. Strong cables going on through that. And of course, physical problems. That's one. This has come up before because it's also like lattice problem.
Yeah, but then of course the magnetic tension is also lowering day by day, and at a certain point it could not be read anymore.
And that's why we hunt stuff, locate files and contact people that have taken. We have the last copy of this program somewhere.
Which is
yeah. I like those these that are one of the few left of those games.
Okay. Alright, and so these are Finnish games, and you found them somewhere as one of the last copies.
He's the original author of these. He had one of the programs, and he thought that there are other differing versions of the same program in for this specific association called Music and Health. And that association is still alive, and they had copies of every version of this program.
Okay, and you checked it, and it's still...
Yeah, we will adapt it also, just a bit more.
Okay, and how do you transfer it with the cryo books?
And for tapes, we have this EC2N different versions. This is one piece from example, this is standalone. And of course, we have done mods.
Yeah, because it's that's also what I actually cryo books is also one of our the guys from and that's the reason why many games are complicated. You came from the relation of game archives, museums, and preservation projects. And preservation projects was only that we were able to also include crowdflux people because they are not archiving games, they are not exhibiting games, but they are producing very important tools.
So we have two members from SWPS to also. Close contacts.
Those two guys are invited by Prax invited by yes, invited by Prax. Speaking about Prax.
We have done this like almost 10 years now.
Yeah, and it's also while used by of course they are charging some box because if you are an institutional buyer and also forensic uses is used for forensic purposes.
Then we have also to get the after stuff and we have a lot of people backup tape drives, videos, dot drives. So we have tried to capture almost everything, and hopefully we are getting that optical tape punch card, but that punch reader, and so I have already tried.
But that makes me wonder if you might have been approached from the traditional heritage sector asking to provide your knowledge, your tools, your skills.
Actually, not very much. Of course, we have been helping the Museum of Games.
Yeah, we have tried to get that. But we got one case a few months ago.
Yeah, when they did their exhibition.
National Meteorological Institute.
Yeah.
What Meteorological
Institute. They will put on Facebook that we have, or they have pet. Commodore pet pieces. And they have a lot of them with different sea temperature, salt amount and things on tape. On pet discs.
There were floppy disks.
They couldn't read them themselves.
And did you succeed?
Yeah, it was a piece of cake for us.
It was something like a couple of hours. And of course, because that is the same stuff as Commodore and Prax, which is one of the Commodore, supporting the Commodore. So nice.
And I see them really happy.
Yeah.
Really.
And actually, we got invited to talk about things and maybe to check if you can help them also.
Because they should have a lot of more.
But that's exactly what I somehow assumed.
Yeah. And one thing that they have is on stage. They are quite interested with their file.
But that's, is that still digital preparation? What do you think?
And it's digital data.
Yeah, it's digital data.
But it's analog.
So I got those tapes and sunset. So actually those tapes are usually
that's right. It's also on analog. It's completely analog. I'm completely aware of that. But yeah. In that way, of course, also punch tapes are but so the data carriers are only one important part of digital preservation. The other one, of course, is will you be able to still render it? Will you be able to preserve the functionality of the apparatus, which is necessary to give that data you have preserved, you have transferred sense, and so you need all this analytics, you have all that stuff. And this is, of course, at least as important than the carrier stuff.
And it's actually a little bit of a problem. We have, for instance, we have preserved some mainframe 8-inch floppy disks, but there's no emulator to test the data.
That's only one part. Without the second part, it's without any value.
We have the data, but we don't know if it works.
And what it is.
Yeah, but still. But it's quite an interesting challenge.
So you can see zeros and ones and zeros and ones.
Maybe someday.
That's it.
Maybe someday someone gets interested. Okay, we have this data. What we can do about it?
No, but I tell you. So the collection manager of the Computer Game Museum, he's a little bit more. He has a more mechanical background, and he was always claiming that we have to transfer everything now, just to make a disk image or tape image or whatever, to have it safe, and then of course other issues, but that could be solved in the future. The first step, without any further thinking, just save what's on the data carriers, because it's working there, it's disappearing there, and you have to save it.
That's our motivation to work now.
When you get into hard drive, it's easier to copy elsewhere. You have a couple, 2 or 3 copies of that data somewhere.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, and it's much easier to preserve and store that data
But
for the future.
also there's another challenge. You have to know what it is. You have to catalog it.
Yeah, that's one thing.
Make a remarks, because in 10 years someone says this data, he doesn't even know where it came from. So that's
what emulator is needed.
Yes,
so you
this is a very big challenge for us, because we are just some people and we need more people to help us.
Currently we are missing database, but we have lots of data. We have, I think that
tens of thousands of Commodore software.
Hundreds of gigabytes of data. We have good catalog to
And somehow so one of the skills to transfer a lot of skills in technology method
Ylistävä arvostelu digiloista. Ja haukkua kaikkea muuta metsiä.
of course transfer data. This will apply much more
And this is about observing emulators. Because the software doesn't work. And there's no Linux version, so I have an old computer where I can work with the software to do some things.
So not only about it, there's a whole infrastructure which is
lähti siitä, että näyttää. Se lähti siitä, että
But there's some stuff, for example, and you have to write it out with a normal PC. Right now, nowadays, on PC, you copy this box. So I have one, something like 300 megahertz accelerator, just because I was it's only computer
Also, it takes a lot of room, those old computers, which my wife hates. Also, it takes some money to buy those and keep them running. It comes all of our own pockets, so it's kind of frustrating.
30-year-old computers work on disk, put take out 6 months later, Keynote, it doesn't work anymore. Okay, great. So it's a constant repairing and maintaining things.
That's quite annoying. If you want to do something fast, okay, it doesn't work anymore.
very much the same black language where you see the optimize things, to check out things, to enable things, to make things possible which nobody else might be able to do.
We are quite special people in that area because I call them normal. Normal. They don't understand what you're talking about. They don't have a clue. So I call them normal people. They are special people.
Mitä mä porukka on pelannut, moni muistelee jotakin lämmöllä. Petskipokeri.
7 years before I was born. Those people are retired. And I'm trying to find the best copy of that.
You are in digitalization business and switching from recent businesses like retail or banking businesses for these people because they are still running
Joku todistelija learning these subjects. They are looking for people find them in Australia, retired, and then they find them to do some stuff that these systems keep. The rocket seals, atom bombs, you can see those. With this old system, and of course, Americans there have a great kind of humor there. This can be hacked by the Russians if we don't even understand that system. As secure as possible. Hey, I want to say hello. Nice to meet you. And because I did, you gave me especially the tour last year when I visited here. Maybe
No ne pitäisi kaikki dumpata. Miksi me dumpataan kaikki? Se on meidän motto. Kaikki dumpata. Ne dumpata uusiksi.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
5005.
Yeah.
That's easy to remember, even for me. Yeah, so, except our great idea to start with chaos theory.
Ended up with chaos.
It ended up without chaos and it started with chaos instead of that.
Tänne voi jättää tavaraa.
Go outside anyway. Yeah. So I'll come before you close the door, so it's easier to get out of it. Thank you for hosting the panel. It was nice.
So yeah, and but the rest I think
Went well.
was good.
Was good. Yeah. You should have had like 1.5 hours time, so that would have.
Yeah, or even more. So, should I have? Oh.
Bye.
You want to stay here?
Only for some minutes, and then I maybe join the tour.
Yeah,
because he gave me a tour last year already.
Yeah. Sure. Yeah.
I'm somehow familiar with
yes.
your exhibition.
Yeah. We had a very extended tour. Yeah.
It was. I felt so privileged to have so many people around me who I could ask every question and you answered every question quite well.
I'd say the privilege was ours, especially looking at the way it turned out in the end with the prize.
Yeah.
We are sort of, that was time well spent. Let's say like that.
No, and of course I was very glad that I could have it.
No, that was,
hopefully you can use it internally.
Yeah. It's very, very good for us.
Yeah, so there's
Yeah, I'm kind of trying to take it away. But I'm always up for a chat. Yeah.
So I already announced an idea from Philippe and Camille, the member from Thailand, are researchers.
Yes. We should be in contact with the Estonians.
Yeah, you know Camille?
No.
He has more background in India.
Yeah.
And he's French.
But they have a sort of project going on with an actual exhibition.
He tries to make his project, and when he started, he realized that somehow it's more going in the direction of gaming culture than this original background.
Yeah.
And now he's trying to set up something permanently. Until now, it used to be a temporary thing. If I got it right, for the moment there's nothing to see.
Yeah.
But he has plans, and he also has founded kind of a company or an organization which is one criterion for becoming an FM member. It's not allowed for single producers to become a member. And one idea he agreed with Filiciak is to approach the movement. And because as you know, they are collecting also. And the idea is to compile an exhibition all of their games collection.
At the moment.
At the moment.
They have expanded, right? After they have first
10
and then it's
40
more.
or something like that. And because I had a contact, my last contact to one of the curators who's responsible at MoMA for games collections, that's one thing which is important to understand. It's not the fine arts department which is collecting. It's the department for fine art. That means it's not collected as art. It's collected as good examples for interactions. So this is.
I think that the ones they chose, the curation is very good in that selection.
Because I had a contact with them, I looked what was it about, and I realized, okay, they went to the IP holders and asked directly the IP holders if they can get a copy. And of course, with the copy, also the permission to exhibit. And so that information was in New York last week. Like and somehow it turned out that the MoMA's open office to consider such an exhibition.
Yeah, that sounds wonderful.
And for after that would mean that on this I get the opportunity to show that exhibition.
Yes.
If they have space on you.
That would be wonderful.
And maybe also others might be able to show it, maybe for other conditions. And so what I, for the moment, very briefly brainstormed with Philip is that after comes the setup, maybe also kind of an European occasion for such an exhibition which is offered to
yes.
through Europe.
Yeah.
Then there might be good conditions for African members.
Yes.
Are there conditions for
I think that's a very good idea, and if possible, it would be interesting to also expand that in the way that we also can sort of package the composite film imaging changing exhibitions, our changing exhibition, and have them all under the umbrella of FDM, or maybe a separate site where you can go, okay, these exhibitions are available, and I don't know if we should put up prices at this point, but maybe sort of explain what it's about, have good presentations of all these. Because I think that there's lots to do with these, and we are producing and we want to produce exhibitions also in the future, and I think it's a shame if they are only shown here, but as you saw from Elena's presentation, some of our exhibitions go to a lot of places in Finland. Only one has gone abroad this far, the one about these covers that Tommy moved to put together to the foreign forest. But still, I think there's there's a huge potential here to offer these to other members of FGAN, but also outside members, maybe libraries and stuff. And also we are learning quite a lot as we progress about how these exhibitions should be made in order to make them better to circulate. And the next one we're doing, it's going to open in December, is about Kalevala, the national epic, games about the Kalevala. And I think Kalevala, it's the national epic of Finland, with sort of quite, which influenced J.R.R. Tolkien quite a lot.
Is this an indigenous
kind of, yes. Influenced, for example, J.R.R. Tolkien when he was writing the Lord of the Rings, and especially the Silmarillion. So this is the sort of course, a symbol of pride for Finns that we have this very nice national epic. But it has also influenced quite a lot of games during through the years, and some are over 100 years old, some have been made this year. So we have a selection of, I think, 10 games in the exhibition talking about this, and it's also sort of made in a way that it's easily transported without the actual objects or with the objects. So the panels of text are sort of complete in themselves, and they're easily mounted.
So that's of course important, and you are completely aware of that. I see, because it's much more an effort to set up an exhibition which is supposed to tour than another one which is only shown once. And
yes.
That's here again. Yeah. And so it's, in my experience, it doubles the cost.
Yes, easily.
But easily. And so somehow, but
I'm going to check if somebody wants to come in. Sorry. We're just cleaning the floors because the toilet is overflowing.
Too much visitors.
Well, this is quite a busy week for us with that.
Because of the holidays.
Yes.
In the morning in the hotel it was crowded.
Oh yeah. It's not normally quite this. It's a nice opportunity to show you.
But if you from the beginning set up such a program with the other FM members, it might be possible that you get the funding from also the initial funding, also from the others who are interested to show that exhibition.
Yeah.
And then you could handle that higher investment at the start.
Yeah.
And then this could become their share of the whole thing, and then it's just the touring, the traveling, which somehow must be covered, but then of course there should be not charged a fee.
No.
Let's say you set up such a thing first time, and then it's shown in the Computer Museum. Then if they have also funded, shared the initial funding, then of course it's already paid, the appearance in Berlin.
Yeah.
And so that might become a schema which is logical, reasonable, easy to understand.
Yes, and also the sort of the ones we made for the small studio space aren't, well, some of them cost something, but the sort of most of the cost comes from printing the material. So it's not a huge undertaking, and we're not looking to sort of get rich by this. Maybe to get the costs covered and actually provide these to others. We can provide English translations, etc. Because we do them anyway.
But you, for example, if you want to use the very same plays, they are Finnish as well. And so this is of course only usable here. But these are details you can handle. You can do separate plates with English and Finnish, not at one plate.
Or provide them the sort of, maybe they can print them themselves. And
because they have CI, which is important for them. They want to.
So we could provide that kind of material for free for the partner organizations, because we think it's.
Usually that's the way.
Yeah, there's no point in charging €1,000 for this. Rather give it for free, and they can do whatever, and we get it covered that we need.
But of course, technology is an issue, displays are
Of
an
course,
issue.
of course. In more sort of intricate exhibitions, and usually we have one or two displays, or also some objects, some originals. So those, it's more difficult, and you're completely right that it gets very complicated very fast.
Of course, the legal licensing stuff also is an issue, at least at the moment.
Yeah.
Well, that's now their first task when they somehow give to the signal that they are open to check if that is an opportunity. And so they all went back and now, in my opinion, is checking the agreements they have with the IP holders. If there, what has to be done that these games are not only shown in the MoMA, in the law, but also maybe on the MoMA label.
Yes.
And is the agreement dealing with that, or do they have to go back to the IP holders and make a completely new agreement? So that's of course very important. Also, then things who is charging entrance fee for what and so on. And I assume that that will become the biggest issue of everything, especially in regards of the MoMA exhibition, but also in regards of other exhibitions like your special exhibitions. So I'm not sure how it is. So at least when I exhibited games, I only sometimes had contact with IP holders, and usually, so we had a legal argumentation in our Schubladen, what we call this, you have a desk and then you have a drawer. Yeah. It's the same. If you have something in the drawer, which you can show if it is demanded. And so we have that legal argumentation in our drawer, saying that we are allowed to exhibit it according to German law without explicit permission of the IP holder.
Yeah, because there are no sort of presentation fees for games.
Because we are in educational context.
There are I think there's many arguments one can make.
Yeah, and these arguments are usually dedicated to your national law. And of course, if this exhibition is touring, and of course it's also a matter of the attitude of the curators. And some curators are more relaxed in that regard, and you will be other curators who are very anxious about that kind of things.
Yes. Well, but to my knowledge, there's games don't have presentation rights the way movies have. So anybody who owns a copy of the game can put it on display. But of course, it's nice
if you charge the fee.
But of course, it's also nice to be in contact with the original IP holder, etc.
Yeah, but sometimes it's easy, sometimes it's impossible, but most of the time it's a tough job.
Well, that's not. And we are also educational institutions, etc., etc. And sort of, So
this somehow, if we set up such a program and such a schema, then this, of course, will be one of the topics we must handle. And simultaneously, I feel that we must handle that correctly. What would mean that we need some legal resources which we have to donate to the program. That we also not only can offer text and exhibits and an idea and everything, but also a solid legal framework, which is a solid one. And especially if you are not only thinking at FGAP members, but also if you want to sell it abroad.
Yes, and anyways, this is an area where we need more expertise. So I'm very happy with this initiative.
Yeah, I would say somehow it should be on our list anyway.
More awareness of these things.
But we all, as curators, we know that we usually balance these issues a little bit and not digging too deep into the law. But the more gaming culture will be accepted, the more we need that legal frameworks doing our work.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. And also lobbying maybe for exceptions for music.
Also, you need use cases where you can show, where you can prove, hey, look, this exhibition is not possible because of that and that legal problem.
Yeah. I'm going to go downstairs to have a cup of tea.
Yeah.
You want to join me? So, before the next and yeah, let's make sure we close the door so people's private things don't disappear.
have to sort by air or just the airport?
Joo, mä aloitan sen. Kyllä se näytti ihan hyvältä. Katsotaan nyt vielä, niin sä saat kommentoida, jos se on hyvin huono.
No ei se ole varmaan tämmöisiä jotain tekstiä.
Niin, käytetään mikkiä. Toi on kiva pitää käsimikkiä.
Joo. Koska saa seuraava siitä painaa, jos se tietää.
Joo. Se näkyy. Siellä se oli PDF, mikä mä laitoin. Mä en usko, että toi toimii PDF:n kanssa. Se näpytin, niin se on ihan vaan nuoli näppäin. Control-L:stä menee.
Joo, toi on.
Tää on hyvä.
Siinä mä itse asiassa käytettiin tuota samaa sieltä sulla. Joo. Vähän se vuokrasi tänne.
Control-L on tosiaan se standardi noissa kerran. Sitten se heittää nyt yli. Käytetään tätä, joka toi tällä hetkellä lataa, eikä vaan muuta paikkaa.
On tää. Mistä on nyt parempi? Tuolla on sille täysin.
Tuolla on tuolla.
Tää on vähän huoneena ollut.
Se huoneena on käytetty siinä. Tämmöisen päähän.
Te saitte Otilta kaikki noin, mitä teille luvattiin, lounaat ja kahvit?
Joo, kahvissa.
Hyvä. Meillä on muuten esittää. Tämä on Niklas Pelimuseosta.
Niklas.
Niin.
Painasta voi jotain päälle.
Kyllä. Teillä oli joku Reimo Mäkis-operaatio tässä.
Joo, mä niitä digikaseteita tuossa. Joo, oli niitä, oliko jollain sai tämän ohjelman puitteissa.
Joo.
Luotin vastaanotossa niitä vielä tekemään.
Joo. Koska teillä on seuraava?
Alkuvuodesta, mutta ei ole vielä päivää vielä tullut tuolta, että yrittää sopia taas sellainen viikonloppu, mikä käy monelle, niin siinä on vähän aamulla.
Sama paikka.
Joo, sama paikka. Se on old schoolin meitä sponssaa tiloilla, niin ei hintalaatuisuudessa sanota, kun
Pitäisi saada muuten se
joulukuun.
Niin, sulla on eräänkin kerran pihasta kiinni.
Ai mulla se ei kerran mainitsi.
Mulla se mainitsi monta kertaa, että nyt.
Mä en ole sullekaan vielä esittänyt. Mä oon siis Niklas Pelimuseosta.
Hei, voi lenkkiä.
Käy tuorein tapaus, ei.
No ei, Niklas, se täytyy sillä hankkia.
Joo,
mä sun yhtään lupasin olla jotain, mutta mä olin.
Joo, ja se saapaa sitten niille.
Joo, se Hoffi. Se tuossa toi siellä Kuopiossa, kun se oli jonkun operaattori Ispipomo. Mitähän siellä nyt olisi? Se on hakenut Lamereista käsitystä. Se on vähän se prosessi kesken, kun sä vastannut meidän mailiin mitään kirjasta kiinteä suuhun. Tämä on hyvin ihan mielellään ottelee. Se voi samaan päivän serveritilaa.
Filosofiksilla.
On Rosewoodin hyvä, että on tuossa se saa.
Joo, se on se, että se on datamassa kasvanut tilakeski.
Niin se on tarkoitin. Kyllä se tulee mahdollisesti saadaan sinnekin lisää, mutta...
Joo, se on se vähän, että me ei halua kuitenkaan mitään rautaa sitä ja muuta.
Mutta lähinnä nyt, kun saadaan se tietokanta mukaan.
Kyllä se samoin saadaan se siihen nyt.
Joo, nyt se varmaan useimmat suujärjestely huolehtuu. Teidän kun se olisi vielä se unettu puhuttu hoidettua. Se on sellainen asia, että siihen on nyt paljon tuloa. Mikä äkkiä meidän asia.
Niin.
Se on vähän taustaa muuta.
Se kantahomma ja tämmöiset paketit, niitä mulle vähän outo. Varmuuskopioimaan sieltä, mutta mulla on vähän osalla ja siinä
saa asettaa joku tietokanta.
Joo, saa joku peruskannan tehtyä syliin, eli kello ja lämpötila.
Joo, mä niinku, sitten että lähdetään suunnittelemaan tommoista sellaisella softalla ja oman rakennelman seksin, omat propertiisit ja tietokentät.
Useampia kantoja rinnakkain ja kaikkea muuta.
Ja sitten se koodi, että nyt haetaan sitten näitä duplikaatit.
Joo, lähdetään mitästämään niitä tsetsuita ristiin.
Ja ruvetaan etsiä, että mitkä näistä nyt on samoja, ja sitten usein pitää käsitystyä näitä. Nämä on samoja rakennuksia, näitä on vielä.
Ja sitten tässä miettii, että tsetsuita on sillä tavalla, että ne on jälkeen tulos, että se nimeä, mutta pelkään data.
Joo, se ei se ole, mutta se on niin suoraan seksuaalivertaus semmoinen.
Se voi, joo, voi olla.
Kyllä mä, se ei niin siinä on loistava esimerkki, että ne ei ole samoja.
Kyllä.
Ja sitten meillä on paljon sellaisia projekteja, että eri kopiointiohjelmat on tallentanut ylipäänsä avulla tuossa.
Siis hän vetää.
Minä muutun.
Mennään takaa vasemmalle piiloon.
Pelkää, että mä sanon niitä nimeltä.
Mutta kyllä se on molemmin puolin siinä ympärillä, koska sitä tulisi tää väriin. Kaunis värimaailmaa.
Mitä tuohon pitäisi suhtaa?
Sitten vähän teille koreografiaa kanssa.
Ajaa. Mutta kun mulla on lanteen betonia, niin...
Remini hoiti siinä koreografia tossa. Joo, se vaan.
No, tassipuolia on meillä niitä on. Aika närkkää. Nyt voidaan.
Äänen voi kehoallinen niin että Ovenimman saapuu sun kapueraan hääräksi. Olemassa siihen hyvää, että enää kapuitsutaan muuta.
Kun tässä tuli mieleen kaikesta liikehdistä, että ostin Sherwicki 3, mikä se tuli. Oli se kyllä hyvä vielä kotona. Oli vähän pettynyt, oli vaan 5.1. Mitä ei. Se on, kato nää, halutaan myydä sitten näille faneille sitten ihmisiä.
Joo, kyllä joo, ja se on vähän mahdollisesti niin skenejä ja muuta vastaan.
Oliko se oli ihan tällainen normipuoli?
Joo, ostin tuossa.
Oliko tuolla vakio anekdootteja Fyrkapodissa, niin oliko se joku Steelcase siitä?
Steelcaseissäkin joskus on vaan sama siinä eri koteudessa. Mutta mä tiedän, että siitä tulee varmaan joku boksi sitten.
Eikö ne olisikin tekemässä?
Kyllä se ainakin jäi auki. Se jää vähän niin, että se voi tulla nopeasti.
Kyllä tää helvettiä tää on. Jos pikkuinen lepaa myötä auki, hei tää on ihan hyvä.
No se on vähän semmoinen, kun ei tiedä hahmoista mitään.
Ihan outo.
Se on hieno aloitus.
Eikö se sadekuvahan se museossa tutkimuksessa?
Ei, eikö se? Ei kai se sadekuvahan.
Oliko se vaan ihan muuta?
Sama syyt elokuvan näyttinä, miten se nyt oli.
En mä kyllä muista liittyykö tuohon sarjaan.
En mäkään muista, joo. Ehkä
jos
jossain päivänä
liittyy, niin
tehtiin.
ehkä jälkeenpäin teos, joo. En mä kyllä muista. Nyt mä syön kaikki tarkkaan.
Kuka ei nähnyt? Kaveri kuvaa itse. Voidaan olla offeet maalla. Se oli sen maalla. Se ruokkaa. Mä tykkäsin. Mä kerran se suklaa vuotta. Ei paljon, mutta se käy taas maalla.
Mulla on firman paljon kaikki.
Ja peris 4.
Ei ole kakkonen näkyy.
Niin ykkönen on se pahin. Eron on liian.
Pitää tietää, jos se on sitä kylmän kautta.
En tiedä. Joku melkein. Näin tarvitaan itellä. Perhettä ostaa.
Mistä vähän junaa perhettu?
Niin.
Myöhästy niin lukun pohjalla.
Showcase presentations. Kasvukirjasto ei tullut. Kun sanoin, että ei tullut tästä.
Kyllä näyttää, että pelisääntöjä tulee eräänlainen.
Se näyttää, ei se ole ihan meitä.
Joo, niin on se semmoinen.
Se näyttää ihan meitä.
Pelastetaan tilanne. Parhaan mukaan.
Ajattelee, kun Otskulle tulee viikonloppuun, niin tämä just on. Viivan tämä koko tilanne.
Kukaan ei näytä siltä, että on just tullut saunasta.
No joo, totta. Juttujen tasatilata on jotain sama.
No eka viikko, kun mulla on tämä puhelin, ja tässä huomaa pojalla näitä hankalia asioita. Tätä ei voi pitää tässä taskussa, mitä entistä. Joo. Mä pääsen istumaan tästä kunnolla.
Mikä toi ei ole?
Nokia 9 ja Kureli. Sitten jos se on takin taskussa, niin mä voin kuulimassa ulkonalaisesta vakuutosta vastaan. Ja se taas kiinnittää.
Kato, tämä on tämmöinen tosi muodikas juttu. Aivan ihan halutaan.
Joo. Joo, ei sit mä saan tämän tyyli joskus tiistaina.
Ei se nyt paljon ole.
Joo, ja siis tää... Kyllä siis tää oli ihan iso. Mä en näykään näin. Mä en yllä tonne.
En mäkään yllä, että se on isot kädet ja mun pikkuliikon.
Se on muuten ihan totta.
Ja mun pitää laittaa tälleen katsoa vielä tästä.
Tää alkaa olemaan perinteinen.
Ja sit mun ei ole ottaa sorraa tällä mukaan.
Otetaan nämä ei kotevat näyttää edellä. Näitä ei kotevat näyttää jotenkin tosi noloa.
Tuommoinen, joo. Nyt pitäisi saada nyt tämmöisen kapuilla pitäisi saada. Tämä on nyt vanhaista saatoja.
Niin saa ihan viikolla. Ei tää ole huomattavasti. Tää ei ole missään näkyy. Mä en näitä tilannut 2 vuodessa.
Ei muuten, koska tää on tällainen showcase presentation. Esityskuuksissa. Sä rumppaat vain joku levykymyksessä. Tää on nyt 60 minuutin kasetti. Tiedään, että se alkuun loppuun.
Tää on verran hommaa.
Joo. Ei se puhua. Sitten sä tuijotat ja
Mennään itse teikkäpää.
Samaa mieltä. Sormet käy koko ajan, että mikään nuppi ei.
Se on ollut vähän välissä. Nyt vähän riipäin.
Villinho voisi kyllä maistua. Oliko sitä gluteenia tuolla?
Se ei ole.
Tää. Täytyy olla hyvä. Ota mun.
Joo. Cake and there is juice.
That's it. I already had a cake downstairs. Maybe later.
No jos otetaan se saarioisten koideiden, niin vai pitäisikö se 90-luvulla oli jossain ryhmässä kiinni, tai oli keväällä. Ja voisi olla kuitenkin iso brändi. Eli se oli saarioiden koideiden. Se on kuitenkin korkilla.
Onko jostain se...
Ei varmaan ole vähän
Retrofitsin ohjattu tuonne toinen.
Se on näkyy ainakin kysellä, tai se vissiin päätynyt. Joo,
Joo,
voisi kysellä uudelleenkin. Joku kanssa oli
Finlandissa kävin, ja katsoin sitä, että se oli vähän käytiin koko lailla.
Joo. Meillä on nyt siis sellainen tila, että sinne aikana laitetaan, jos sille joku on siellä voimalla. Mutta tuolla käytöllä nyt ei oikein mitään kestää. Sellainen valkoperäinen, täysin alkuperäinen.
Sehän tietenkin kuvat silikoonikaapelit, missä on jotain veron poiston uusiita.
Joo, sitten ne otelon kanssa, että niin nappuilta sun muita vaikka sitä jossakin löytää tai jotain uusi, niin löytää vastaavat otelot, joka hakee kokonaan uusi.
Joo, sitä olisi ajatus, että tuolla Salon Satakunnan museo voisi taas sitten kysyneitä, että niillä on joku laite sinne. Oma outo, että se tulisi, niin voisi sitä katsoa. Meillä on joitakin hommia tuolla, mutta mä vähän näin.
Aivan tuolla. Yhdellä nimenomaan tuon tyyppi.
Joo.
Toinen mikä oli heitin, mä teitin ainoastaan elää, mä teitin kasaan niitä Retrofitsin ohjelmotelmalla, ikkuja erilaisia ja ammattiteillä. Toisaalta reilu saanut, niin ehkä teilläkin hyvä. Mutta on väritetty valkoisia, mitä on väritettyä mustassa. Mulla on kielletty, mulla on väriantaa, mitä makeitteet. Niin me on tehty nailonista ja ne surkkeet kestää päälle. Niin tehdään semmoinen, että mä saan sen elää tästä joskus varmaan valmiiksi. Ja vaihdetaan. Mä luulen sen parhaiten, niin mä annan tätä ohjaa, niin mä annan uudet lautsia. Joo. Eli saa semmoinen, on pikkuinen siistikin, jos osaa niin kaikkea toivon, niin siinä on vähän semmoista, että se on EU. Niin nyt on siistimä toteutus.
Joo. Retriksiä meillä on sillä lailla käytössä, että se on aina kun lähtee jään päällä. Niin se on
mukava ottaa mukaan.
Only to retrieve it.
Se on ihan se. Siinä mä kuulin huutosia.
Okei.
Jukkanen valaa tuohtua. Ja sitten kassaneiti loukkaantumaan, kun se saadaan tuossa on se kahvi. Se meni ihan sanattomasti. Se sanoi, että se oli kyllä ihan vitsi.
Video
voi olla. Voi ei tuolla saa.
Joka said this Nylund also used this vision camera in front of us, so that was revolutionary. And but there is some coming afterwards. And of course, did start it. The video. How it is if you are bound to this technology. It will become even harder.
Toinen mikä tänne tarvittaisi olisi se Nintendo kosmos. ei varmaan kestäisi.
Yeah, so...
Mutta se oli se toinen aika suosittu laji, jos muistatte.
We have
oli joku Nintendo peli.
I think Korea is organising
Ei sano mitään muuta.
Okay, yeah, of course. This many, I don't have.
So you can just say that if it's a game, it's very
They are offering.
Yeah. Yeah.
Varmaan välttämättä verkkokoitteessa.
Mä voidaan siirtää tätä vähän tänne sivulle, niin sä voit tästä sivulle.
Tai ihan viralliselta konferenssilta tollanen, että nippupapereita.
Okay, so it's now time for our final program item. There's also some cake and some whatever it's called, juice. What is that? Box juice. Memokatti. So feel free to take some refreshments. Thank you, Mikko, for the excellent guided tour of the museum. So now, for the final program item, we have so-called showcase presentations by the National Library of Finland, Wikimedia Finland, Kasettilamerit, and Pelikone Peonit. And these are all institutions and organizations working with game preservation in Finland. So, and they are also organizations that we are very much, the Finnish Museum of Games is very much working together with, and it's an honor to provide these organizations with an opportunity to talk about their work in the preservation of game history, game heritage, and especially Finnish game history and game heritage. We will start out by the presentation by Kasettilamerit, Jarkko Lehti, also known as Drew. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Is it on? Yes, it is. Okay, so our group is called Kasettilamerit, and for Finnish people it maybe means something, and for the non-Finnish people it means something like cassette lamers. And is there someone who doesn't know what lamer means? I guess there should be. So I'll explain it short. So lamer is a demo scene, at least in the 80s, was kind of elitist group. So it consisted of people who could do something creative with their computers, and usually people who just played games, they were called lamers. And there was I guess it's still called like that these days, I'm not sure. But the name Kasettilamerit comes from the fact that there are many groups preserving Commodore 64 scene history, which were spread in floppy disks. And in Europe there are several groups doing this, but no one did care about tapes, cassettes. So in the end I had something like 2 plastic bags full of tapes at my home, something like 60 liters of them. And I didn't want to throw them away because there was data on it. And so I asked my friends that could they help me with this project, and it started like that. So we started as preserving tapes. And the slides are telling one story and I'm telling the other story, so let's try to keep this some way together. So we started in 2011 and we have grown since then, and now I guess the initial group had something like 3 or 4 people, and today 15 is quite a good estimate. And we consist of demo sceners and also not demo sceners, so there are some interesting people about technology and how to read those old tapes and old discs. It's not that simple anymore these days. So we have a quite flexible and dynamic crew. And what do? We preserve, or at least we call them preserving. And the dump verb means something like preserving. Dumping means that we take the media and get the data out, and that's called dumping. And preserving means something more detailed. Dumping. Preserving means that if you buy a commercial disc from the shop, commercial game, preserving it doesn't mean that we just read it. Preserving means that we read every bit out of the disc, and we preserve it like that, and we could duplicate the disc exactly like it was when it came from the factory. And that's preserving, and it's not very simple. And that's the part of the job we do. Usually we just dump, because the discs and material we dump are written at homes, our own software and such, so it's not that exact work. And we have done data, audio, video, film, papers, whatever, something that belongs in the culture of the 80s of our time. And of course we have been documenting the things, because when you have a cassette and you don't know how to load it, you have to look into the data and what it is and try to find out how to decipher the data out of it. So it takes some reverse engineering. Sometimes our group has looked in the source code, or actually binary code of the target computer, and tried there reverse engineering the loading program. And sometimes we just think how it could go, and some trial and error get the data out. So it's sometimes quite difficult and interesting for some people. And we have been coding our own tools, because there are no existing tools how to do the job, so we have to do some own code too. And locating and contacting people, and that's kind of a challenge too, because sometimes when you are trying to get a disk to some computer that doesn't exist anymore, you can find it anywhere, but maybe some people who made the software have something, and finding and contacting those people responsible, it's a quite difficult job these days. And when you eventually contact them, they don't remember what they have done. So it's a kind of challenge. That's also something what we do. And why do we do this? That's a good question, because it takes lots of time, and we all have our day jobs, families and such, and this kind of thing takes time. So personally, I'm worried about my history in the 80s, the scene, demo scene. It's dying, and those discs are rotting away. You can't read them anymore reliable way. So my ambition is to read the discs now when we can read them. And lots of information, they're going away. And hardware, it's useless without software. And software is useless without hardware to run it. And it's fun. It sure is. So for us, Kasettilamerit, we something like 3 or 4 times a year, we make our meeting, which takes usually a weekend. We get together and start working, and it's actually impossible to describe, but it's fun. And each and every one on the team have own reasons and own ambitions to do the job. So, like, I don't personally care about commercial software. I'm not interested in that. But when someone makes a demo or have a demos, some different versions of it, or maybe some just music that hasn't been released or something, that sticks my bell. So it's a good thing that we are different people, so we get all the job done. And we of course want you to do something too. So we have so far we have done this almost 10 years, and we somehow managed to get stuff for our every meeting that have been. How do you explain this? We haven't seen the day that we don't have anything to dump still. But I'm worried that sometimes we will run out of the media, so we want media from you. If you have discs or tapes or anything somewhere stacked in your parents' place or anywhere, don't throw them away, bring them to us. We will dump them. And then we can throw them away. After that, the data is safe. So, and the thing we often hear from the people, no, I have discs, yes, but you already have them, they are on the internet. But that's not true. There's always something new on every disc. Maybe different version of the game, maybe something else, maybe some changes. We don't know. And actually, when I have something like 200 discs on my desk, I don't even check what's on them. I just dump them. I'll check them later, maybe someday. So I'm not actually interested if it's already dumped or not. I just want to dump them. And that's important because I will explain it more deeply, because sometimes there are errors on those disks. And when you have like 5 copies of the same disks, and they are different, they are broken in different ways, and maybe you can combine a working version from the 5 broken ones. And that's my motivation to dump everything. And how do we do this? And we have made own hardware and software for dumping Commodore 64 Tampere tapes. It's quite good. And we are using Cryfoots for disks, at least currently. DC2N, you can use Google to find that project. It's quite handy for the original tapes or unknown tapes. And lots of coffee and tea and patience and time. I don't have much of patience. If I see a job that looks impossible, I can't do it. I give it to someone else. I like to do things that I can solve. So we all already come back to the thing that it's good that we have so many people with different interests, so we can do also the difficult jobs. And what have we done so far? And I'm quite sure we have tens of thousands of Commodore 64 software. I haven't counted. We have for turbo tapes or those cassette tapes. I know last time I checked, I had something like 6,000 programs for Commodore 64 done from the tapes. And we have been doing also some other things than Commodore 64, but since Commodore 64 is my beloved one, I only know about that, so I don't have any numbers for Sinclair Spectrum or others. But we have done those too. Also, we have preserved thousands of original titles, and there comes an SPS connection, Software Preservation Society. And we are working together with them to preserve those original games and other software. Of course, ROMs, you know those chips. We have also done them, and also some commercial machinery, something you use in factories and such. It's quite an interesting story. Documents and papers. We have been talking to people, not doing interviews, at least not yet, but trying to gather information or talking to different people who know those things. And we have been aiding the Finnish Museum of Games. So there are some Commodore 64 games you can play there. Those are special versions made by Kassettelamer for museum to make them easier to handle here. When you switch on the computer, the game starts right away, so you have to modify the original game so it can do that. And we have been helping Finnish Meteorological Institute. They had a disk, weather data from the 80s on floppy disk, and they couldn't read them, so we helped them. And we visit collectors. Collectors are strange breed of people. They hoard things, they collect things, but they don't want to give anything out. And if you want to borrow software for dumping, they don't give it to you. So you have to go there and dump the stuff. If you get an invitation, you don't get invitation if you don't know the guy. So that's something we do, and it's kind of expensive. Thinking about maybe the collector lives in Rovaniemi, you have to travel there, you have to sleep somewhere, and that all comes from your own pocket. We don't have any funding. And some bonus. We have seen strange shapes of floppies. Some demociners thought it was funny to cut a round disk in the cube, or whatever, rectangle. Okay, that's fine, you can read it from Commodore 64, but when you put it in the modern floppy drive, you get into troubles, you might break the drive, so don't do this. We have seen unreleased games. Actually, we have a game called Ahvenjahti, Commodore 64 ice fishing game. It's a complete game, it's finished, but it never got released. And actually it's quite a good game. We have seen system-locked, licensed and formatless disks. So system-locked disks means that you have a disk, but it doesn't work, but in just one machine. The other same kind of machine there, it doesn't work because it's locked to this specific kind of hardware. And that's kind of, actually we helped some museum in Germany about this. They have some teletype machine which have only one working disk, and they wanted to make a copy, but they couldn't because almost they made a copy, it didn't work anymore. So we helped them there. So again, they can keep their show running again. And multi-platform disk, that means something like you have a one floppy disk and there's Atari version and a Commodore version on the same disks. It can be done, but it's not easy to dump. We haven't done it. And some challenges we have seen, and actually we have all the time. Access to the rare media, this was covered in those collector things. Collectors have them, but they are not giving them away. I don't know why. And problem is that we have hundreds of gigabytes stuff, archive. It grows bigger. You have to think about backups. How do you manage that? We don't want to lose everything if the hardware breaks. So we are constantly asked, why don't you give us this and why don't you give us that title? We can't, it's illegal. It would be nice to give everything away, but copying this is illegal, I think. So we can't do that. People don't understand why are we doing this. That's strange, but it is. They don't understand. And optical media, CD discs and such, we don't know how to dump them. We can read them, but we don't know really how to dump them to the last bit. And no one seems to know. There's this redump project on the internet. I was looking into that, how they do it, and I found out they don't know it either.
The Internet Archive?
No, redump project. They are, yeah, and they are doing this thing, and now they are discussing maybe we have to do this all over again. And that's something I don't want to do. I want to do the job one time, all time. So, and the money. We are people who are buying the rare originals from eBay. It costs maybe 200 euros, 300 euros some titles. Then we dump the disc. Then we try to sell it again to buy the next one. Because money, travel, hardware. Like if you want to dump anything old, you have to have hardware to do it. And it costs money. And they are getting quite hard to find. Think about a punch card, you know those cards which have holes in them, they contain data. How to read them these days? It's a kind of difficult job. And by now we have been paying this all from our own pockets, and it's a kind of expensive hobby. And the funding is also a challenge, and maybe we can in the future have some funding, I don't know. And actually that was the last slide. But this is Kasettilamerit and what we do. And I think you have some questions?
Yes. Thanks. You said that you have a closed archive because of legal reasons.
Yes.
That's of course a pity. And if you put so many effort in it, it should be available as broad as possible and usable as broad as possible. And I wonder, have you ever thought maybe sending your dumps to the Internet Archive, which is located in the States? They have another legal framework, knowing fair use, for example, and at least to what I understood is that they are uploading thousands and thousands of such dumps you are doing to their software archive, where they can download it from everybody. Have you ever thought about this option? Maybe also other public available archives might be appropriate for your purposes?
Yes, of course we have thought about that, and there are currently two problems. One problem is that our archive is quite largely unsorted. We have lots of stuff we don't know what it is yet, and that's quite a challenge to go through it and try to find the duplicates and such things. And also when you upload things to archives like that, you have to know what you upload and make a metadata and that. And we don't currently have a resources for that, unfortunately. it takes time and energy, and
But couldn't that become a setup for an application? If you can show an option which make your dumps available to the public, let's say the Internet Archive, it might be more likely that you are able to get resources for documenting the things without having the option to make it available. Because for a closed archive, it's, I think, hard to get the resources to document everything. If it's not accessible, why should anybody give you that resources? So I think that's important, that you come up with solutions how you can make it accessible.
This was exactly what is one of our problems, current problems. And we have plans to make a database where we can sort all the things we have been dumping and find the duplicates and do other things. And we have good plans, but currently we don't have anyone to do that. The programming job, we have one candidate who has said that he will do it, but we haven't started the project yet. It takes time to plan this very carefully, that we don't have to do it again later. So we don't have as much resources we would like to have, but I hate this legal thing, because I would personally just want to give everything away, but I can't.
I will give another reason why I don't want to put everything to Internet Archive. Is out of respect of the authors, because sometimes we get the original media from the authors.
Yeah.
And if they don't want us to put them somewhere, then we break their will, and then others will not give their media to us. So I prefer to keep it in the data in black hole, where it's not shared to anyone, over to the fact that the media is somewhere rotting away.
But why do the Internet Archive is not respecting the authors?
If they don't want to share it yet for some reason, there are some authors of old software that don't want to share their software.
Okay, I forgot to mention that. Of course, we have dumped lots of. I have like several thousand of disks, which the owner said that you can't spread this. I don't know why. I have lots of C64 software, and the owner said you don't share them. So I have to respect that fish, but at least the data is safe. So that's kind of a wicked thing.
But no, they don't explain why they don't want you to...
No, okay, I know some reasons. I have some discs where there's some personal stuff, like some lyrics, poetry, such things, maybe that one.
Diaries.
Diaries. Something like that. So when we go through the stuff, we of course take demos and stuff out of there and leave the, the personal stuff away. So it takes, again, a lot of time. So there was a question there.
Well, my question goes in the same direction as Andreas. I mean, it's an amazing project, but I really can't get this into my head. Like, how can you keep doing this and basically not spreading this? I mean, there is a huge movement on the C64 scene to preserve disks. There is this C64 disks FTP server and so on, where people upload dumps of loads of stuff.
We do that.
Oh, you do that? Okay.
Yes, but we have some stuff we can't do, like those commercial games. We can't do that.
Yeah. But what about cracks? Like, I mean,
of course,
people
cracks.
upload all
Yes,
cracks
of
on
course
CSV and...
we put those on the suitable other projects. Of course, we submit stuff.
So you share it with CSDB as well?
But we are not sharing them to people whining in Facebook.
Yeah, of course.
We are not doing that.
Okay. But, so, for the stuff that you do not share, have you any long-term plans what to do with it? Or is it supposed to go into the grave together with you guys?
We have some kind of idea what to do with the stuff. Of course, we need to catalog it, and we need to mark it that you don't supposed to spread it. And I don't know at this time what we can do about it. Of course, we want to honor the people. Maybe we ask permission later. I don't know.
One thing is that we are working under Finnish laws, and Finnish laws about software rights and media rights are really strict, and we have to work with those. Even we want to share, there is laws what prevent us to do that. That's one thing. If we work elsewhere, for example, in ex-Eastern countries or in US, the situation would be totally different. But in here, we have to do what we have to do.
We have to be very careful that we don't do anything illegal. Of course, we are doing illegal things. You all remember this "Don't copy that floppy" commercials. But okay, another question.
Yeah, maybe one last question, then we move on to the next presentation.
Can you explain what is making me say that optical media is very difficult and no one seems to know how to do this properly? I'm curious because we've done some and published some research on this. So.
Yes, reading optical disc is easy. You put it in the computer and you read the contents, but that's not actually an exact copy of the disc. You get the data out, but you can't duplicate the disk later to make exactly the same copy.
But you can image it.
Yes, I can image it, but the image won't be the same as the data on the disk.
Additional for magnetic media, what we do, floppies and tape media, we have different kind of software what gets much more data out from that disk than normal, just reading it as image. We get much more, we get multiple times of total normal amount of data on the disk. For example, something like 800 kilobyte or 720 kilobyte disk comes up to something like 10 megabytes when we read it. So we that kind of doing that kind of preserving of the data. But we do not know, actually nobody doesn't know how to do that for optical media, how to get every bit out from there.
We have some ideas how to do this, but it doesn't sound quite handy. But the problem is that no one knows how to dump it properly. At least they don't have any solution for it if they know how to do it. So if we, this actually comes to the preservation, or actually more about preserving the optical media, because of course you can read it. You put it into your computer, you copy the data, that's it. But you can't make a copy of that disk later, and that's what we are after, to preserve the mastering data of the disk, how to make a perfect copy. And we think that's preserving. And it's difficult, because there's some error correction data and such. It's actually I can't explain it, I'm not technical enough to do this. But
Can I give an example?
Okay, because
the PlayStation 2 game, GTA San Andreas. The data on the DVD is in a very specific order, because it's built in a way that it tries to predict from which area of the game you can move to the next area. So areas that are on the map close by are also close by on the disk. If you copy this disk by traditional means, you end up with a DVD that will make the optical lens, it will just go back and forth, and the game will be unplayable. Because the pirates discovered this. Rockstar did this as a form of copy protection. But this is the level of detail that they are looking for.
So it's copy protection.
Yeah, so which data is next to which data? It's not just copy protection, it's also optimization. This game would be unplayable on the PS2 unless you did this sort of optimization, because you're streaming the data.
But it's not just all about copy protection. Also some audio CDs, they have some data tracks and they have musical tracks. And if you want to preserve the disk, you have to have the data tracks too. So it's a kind of difficult problem, and we haven't solved it yet.
Okay, I think this is a good note to end this presentation. Thank you so much to the Kasettilanet. Let's give a big hand of applause. We still have 3 presentations, roughly 15 minutes of talk, and time for a question or two. We haven't set the order yet, so I don't know. I have the big Wikimedia presentation here. Would it be good to continue with that?
So, hello, I'm Jaakko Pyrhinen, and I edit Wikipedia. And in Wikipedia, among
other things, we are covering games. And we have been... Suunsuuntaan, noin. Nythän se kuulostaa enemmän sieltä. Yeah, okay, continue. Yeah, so we have been in Finnish Wikipedia, Finnish language Wikipedia is mostly what I'm going to talk about, though we have, it has spread to English and other languages too, but mostly in Finnish, so what should I push? Just arrow button. Yeah. So everybody knows Wikipedia, I suppose, but not everybody knows all the other things that Wikimedia Foundation has under its umbrella. This is just a few of those. Wikimedia Commons is for pics and videos and such. Wikidata is for structured data. Dictionary, Wikibooks, Wikisource. For our process and project, Commons and Wikidata are mostly the important ones, and of course Wikipedia. So, and I'm representing Wikimedia Finland, which is a local chapter in our movement, a registered organization here in Finland, and we of course do a lot of things, outreach, collaborations with clubs and such, so this game thing is a really small part of what we do. And of course, Wikipedia, this is not just us doing anything, it's mostly Wikipedians as individuals taking part, but with an organization like us, it's easier to do like just collaborations and things that require a little more organized fashion. So we have this Wiki project, or more like had in 2015-2017, we had here at Papriki quite many editathons and meetups, and before that, for a few years, we already had been working with Media Museum of Papriki. This picture is actually from that time, one of our editathons in the room next door, I think that this one, yeah, where we have been working in tandem with the planning of the original Game Museum exhibition. So we have this list of the original 100 games, and at that time, when we started, a lot of them had no article at all, and of course, because they are not the 100 most popular games, they are 100 interesting games in different ways, so they are not that well covered. But at the moment, I think the next, yeah, that's a list, sort of part of the list that we had, where all the games are listed, and then there's sort of, we have different aspects of the game. So is there a picture, is there a Wikidata element, when the game was published, and so on and so forth. And nowadays, at the moment, I was very tired, so I don't say exact number, but about 93 games in the original exhibition had their independent articles in Finnish Wikipedia, and 99 of them had Wikidata items. Wikidata has lower notability guidelines than Wikipedia, so it doesn't require as much sources and well, text to have item there, so that explains the little different. Like you can see here that in the upper left corner, Aika-etsivä and e-bookers are redirect pages to their publishers and Astrotext. So, and this is just a little bit of an example that Wikipedia articles matter. In some way, these are readerships of 3 rather random articles during the last 20 days, and so even something like Pilkki, which isn't current exactly or in the news or anything, there are few readers, and something like City Skylines, a little more readership, and a little bit interestingly, board game African Tähti from the 50s is still getting a lot of hits. I think it was more than Angry Birds at this time, even when you count actual Angry Bird game has parentheses in the article, and the no parentheses article is about the game series or franchise, but even if you count them together, it doesn't reach quite that high level. But anyway, I suppose they are looking, can you get out of St. Helena without no money? So a few examples of the articles that we've made. So this is you, if you were in the touring the museum, you heard about Chessmac. This article was started in the rubric time of our project, and now it has been given a small tag in the upper right corner. It's from the community sort of quality assessment, the lowest tier, which is lupaava in Finnish, promising in English, which maybe is selling the article a little bit short. And let's see some other ones. Here is a little bit shorter one about the speed test game that wasn't, I think, mentioned much at the tour, but can be found in the museum anyway. And this represents how little sources is easily foundable about things like this, that, well, maybe some magazines or newspapers could talk about Spedenspelit television program at the time when it was showing, or maybe not, maybe there's. And sort of also one example of that, just one photograph may not exactly tell how the game feels or how it works. Well, you can guess how it works, I think. One thing that in the future would be nice is that we could have, at least from this kind of games, some short video that would show how it actually works. And even in the name of this presentation, covering games in Wikipedia, it's not the best name in other ways, but there's a little bit of fun that a lot of games have pictures only of their boxes, what the box that you have bought them had in its front. And well, that's interesting, but doesn't tell much about the game actually. It tells more that how it was sold and doesn't show how it's played. And yes, one more. This actually has already gone from the exhibition because it was also uncontinued in Facebook. This is a Facebook game, at least mostly, and this is an example. I played this game for a while just to get that screenshot there, and it wasn't perfect. I just printed screen, so I didn't get the mouse cursor there. It vanishes when you take screenshot. So a few weeks later, I noticed that, and I thought that, well, maybe I played a little bit more to get another screenshot. But during that time, the game had been discontinued, and I couldn't take another photo. And here is an example of Wikidata. So this is, I think, from the same Zombie Lane game. Yeah. So this is structured data. If you know, this is machine readable, exact statements, just telling no prose or text, telling more, not very interesting maybe for human readers, but very usable sort of meta stuff for Wikipedia. And so there's 99, and there's permanent exhibition of the Finnish Museums of Museums. I think it's museum. Yeah. And another example, I think this was from Max Payne, so it shows a little bit more what things like narrative location, these can have a lot of different values, these Wikidata items, and they can refer to other databases that have the game. So I didn't take a screenshot of that, but so there can be cross-referencing between the databases, which can be really useful, and I think that was the latest. Yeah, so thank you, and if you have any questions, I can try to answer them.
Maybe you already said it, but I didn't got it. So how does it happen that you have so much games of this special exhibition described in Wikimedia? Is it because you promoted especially these games and asked for input, or was it a collaboration, or is it just that you are pointing this out because you are presenting here today in the Finnish Museum of Games and it happened by chance somehow, independently from any promotion or cooperation?
Yeah, definitely collaboration. So we already started before the museum was open. We had happenings here, and like Niklas and Outi were parts of them, and they showed us what the list of those games were. So if you would take random list of 100 Finnish games, you wouldn't have so good.
But who wrote the articles?
Articles, Wikipedians.
So, but so how does it happen that they wrote the article? So you got the list of the exhibits?
Yeah, and we got Wikipedians taking part in the editing happenings, and if you Wikipedians are strange kind of people, so if you show them that this article is missing from Wikipedia and this could be used as source, they may or may not, but
So that, but that doesn't mean that when you have started your cooperation and got the list from Niklas and Oti, then you started the entries just with the name of the game, and then claiming now we need text, and then the Wikipedians start writing the articles, filling the white screens?
Not exactly. There's the concept of red link, so we can have a list that represents articles even if they don't exist yet. So we had a list that had like sort of placeholders for all the articles. So
and then you promoted this list towards your peer groups and said, hey, I would like to have articles for that list, or maybe Niklas.
Yeah, maybe I can also step in here a little bit. I think it was very much a collaboration, and one of the things we at the museum were doing is provide a list of the games and work together on these games in the editing events. But also we provided a list of sources, and actually scanned sources, went through a lot of old magazines, old books, we took photographs, etc. that were also provided for use in the project. And also in some cases took the originals to the event so we could take pictures of those, etc. Yeah.
Wow.
I would like to add too that project room you made to the Wikipedia was very useful for us as well. We had quite many projects, so nowadays it's a kind of history page. We can go back there and see what we have done and our meetings there too. I'm not sure if you can open, Niklas, there that room, so you can see that how we spread the word about that project.
So it even became your cooperating working space.
Yeah.
Working space.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, here's the main bit. I think we maybe have time for one more question. We need to move on with the program because time is running short, but maybe one more question if anybody has that, or then we move on to the next one and we need to decide if it's the National Library or the Pelikone pay on it. Does any of you have pressing concerns?
I have stuff I need to start putting together.
So maybe we take Mikko next if that is
yeah,
okay.
I sent you my presentation link.
Yes, I am aware of that. I have it here.
This is fantastic.
So let's thank Jakob. Very interesting presentation. We move on to the next presentation, I guess. It's this, right? Yeah. Okay, simple screen. Nice. We have a mic somewhere. So, our next speaker, Mikko Heinonen from Pelikone.
Yes. In contrast to what a lot of people have explained here, that what they do, this is more a presentation of what we did, but I'll get to that the point. So, Pelikone will 20 years, or actually it was 20 years old in May this year, and during that time we achieved some things, and I'll just briefly go through a bit of our history. So I started collecting stuff in the early 1990s because the opportunity presented itself. Finland had a very severe financial recession in the early 90s after the collapse of the Soviet Union, and it brought about this new phenomenon of the thrift stores and the second-hand shops, and I was around 15, 16 years old and started visiting those on my own, which is probably a bad idea, but I noticed that people were bringing their old computers and software to these shops. And I noticed that a lot of this stuff is computers and games that I've read about but I've never seen. And they were there just for the taking, basically. The money involved was very little. So I started buying that stuff. It was with no like grand plan at the beginning. I just wanted to see what it was about that I had been reading about like 10 years earlier. And it amounted to quite a lot, quite soon. And this is the first article published in the local newspaper about me and my brother Ville, who's not here today. And it's just about this crazy teenager. Oh, I was 18 years old, but at that time who was all these old computers. It started off by buying back a Commodore 64 and then a VIC-20 and then all the other stuff. But it was just a bunch of machines in a cupboard somewhere. At one point I contemplated I'll just let them go because I didn't see like where I could place them. At that time I mentioned it to the local museum. I'm from a small town near Tampere originally. And they said, okay, yeah, we'll take it, but we'll have now like no space to display it anywhere. So I thought, well, I decided against that. I thought maybe I'll think of something later on. I moved to Tampere, 1996, and brought most of it with me. Some I left in Mama, but anyway, it was on the back burner. Then when I got to university, I of course received my own web space for my homepage. And just for the heck of it, I put in a list of the old systems that I own. Surprisingly, I started getting mails from people telling that they own this same system and do I know anything about it. And I thought, well, this is fascinating because I up until that time I was more or less of the opinion that I'm the only one interested in this stuff. But that was like a nice thing. Manu, I met already in high school. And we actually met through the Amiga hobby, and then I think being around us and our collection of stuff, it made him more interested. But I didn't like. He had his hamster genes already. I didn't push that on him. But he started also picking these up at the flea markets, and we would trade stuff. And before long, we both had a collection of items. And the next step, we were at the place where Manu was studying, working part-time, and we were spending 1st of May, which is a big celebration in Finland. We were spending it there and browsing online, and we started looking at stuff like PC Engine and whatnot, because the search engines were a new thing in 1999, and we found all of these pages about these systems, and that was like the tipping point. That, okay, there is a massive scene for all this stuff, and we have been just left out. We haven't understood that that people are still interested in these things, and that gave rise to the idea that maybe we should start something. We would set up a website, and I had some web space, and Manu was like very interested in web design. So on the 2nd of May, 1999. We set up Pelikone Pay on it. We decided to choose a stupid name that makes no sense to anyone outside of Finland, and we've had so many bastardizations of the name over the years that it's funny. But we decided to launch in English because all the pages that we found were in English. My day job is that I'm a translator. Manu is married to an American woman, so it was no problem to start communicating in English, and that was a good idea because. The interest that our site got, it was instant. Like we got contacts from everywhere, and like I said, in 1999 the internet was quite different. There was no Facebook. There was no common place where everyone would gather. But there were news groups and web rings. That was a big thing. So we joined a few web rings, and that brought traffic to our site, and. We got so many new contacts, and back in the day, because this stuff was, even though there was a scene, it was mostly worthless. So what we would do is we would trade. So I'll send you this, because I have two, you send me one of those. And back after the launch of the site, and looking at the first 2 years after the site was first released, our update log was like filling up with receive this, receive that. So we would like double or triple the collection that we had in the space of 2 years, and virtually for the price of postage, because we had decided that okay, this has no monetary value at this point, so we're just trading straight across or trading 2 for 1 and whatnot. And this would be like impossible to do nowadays because eBay has put a price on everything. So that there is no product that is too niche to somehow price. But I notice, actually, as an aside, that the hardcore collectors are going back to trading now because the money involved is just stupid. Like I'm in several Facebook groups where the discussion is along the lines of I could get like 500 euros out of this, but if you have this one game, then I'll trade you, because I want that game more than I want to deal with the hassle of selling this to someone and waiting for the money to clear. So that has come full circle. But anyway, that was what we did. Another side effect was we started getting all these contacts from people in different businesses, mostly from publishers of games, and Pelit magazine was the first one to contact us, and they asked us, could you bring some retro systems to our trade show, because they had a fair and they wanted to set up a booth, and of course we wanted to do that, so we did the first one in the early 2000s. I think it was a Game World show, and then we did the Expo and so on. But this was where we like started gathering experience about how to display these systems, because of course we understood that okay, we cannot do this and these will break easily, and how should we, but in the beginning we would just bring the stuff there, load software from disk, unless it refused to load, then we would load something else, and then keep breaking the joysticks, keep trying to fix them, and all of this, like, it was a maintenance nightmare every time we did this, because our stuff, and now we were running it somewhere where 1,000 people could easily touch it over the weekend. So we had some hardware loss, but it was worth it because we learned a lot about what works and what doesn't. Our first exhibition was in late 2002, and it was so funny because it was the museum of the very small town that we were from. Because he had been looking for, the curator had been looking online for some machines because he had an idea. Turns out, like, all of these machines were like less than 2 kilometers away from where he lived. So he contacted us and set us up with a space, and we brought all of this stuff there, and it was called digital archaeology. And it was not even 2 months, but it was a big deal for us. I remember that we like took a good amount of time to prepare everything, and it got written about and so on. So that was the first thing, and yeah, and there's a piece in the same newspaper that had written about me 7 years earlier about Manu. Another thing, in 2003, Game On visited Finland. It was in Helsinki for I think 3 months, and I remember that Pelikone Pejonit was already sort of a name, because we got so many links from all of the libraries and so public institutions. So a lot of people knew us, and I think we were mentioned in one of the magazines and so on. So the Finnish Broadcasting Company invited me as a guest on their most popular radio channel to go through the Game On exhibition with the reporter, and that was a big deal. That I had a radio interview about me, because I wasn't like known in any circles. I'd been working as a game reviewer, but that was it. And so that was one thing. Another thing was fascinating to see what Game On had done, and they had done some things that I wouldn't have done, but they had done a lot of things right. I also met Barry Higgins briefly. We discussed, I helped him out with a Pong system and so on. So that was like fascinating, and it helped us a great deal with how to set up the booth that we were doing, and the temporary exhibitions and so on. So that was one thing. This went on for a number of years, 4 or 5 years, like this. Every year we would do something small, somewhere, and then. But then in 2008, an opportunity presented itself. My brother Ville, he was working at the art museum at that time, and then the museum, City of Tampere museum system had a rented space across the rapids in an old industrial building, and there was a bit of a problem because they had a 2-week slot with nothing booked. And I don't know how it came about. Was it Outis's idea originally or Ville's? But they came to the conclusion that okay, we need to have like a 2-week pelikonepeijunta exhibition, and that was a crazy thing, because what we did was we loaded everything we had on this massive lorry, drove it over here, spread it on the floor, climbed up the stairs to the second floor, looked at everything we had. Okay, how can we make this work? All the while, Outi thought we had a plan. We did not. But it turned out great. We had a 2-week exhibition, and because Manu and my brother both are visual artists, we had great displays, and I came up with a theme, and the reception was astounding. Like in 2 weeks, they had thousands of visitors. All of the radio stations, the TV, everyone interviewed us and wrote about it. And it was like the staff there told me it was the most popular thing they'd ever seen in there. So this was an eye-opener, I think, in the museum respect as well. So like this can be like very popular, and I also think it had some sort of value. We made with Jukka, we made some YouTube videos about it, and those were fairly popular as well. And so that was number one. The next year, we set up a similar thing with a bit more planning in Salo, the birthplace, one of the birthplaces of the Finnish electronics industry, which was home to Nokia and so on for the longest time. So for a few months, we had our systems there, and that was also a maintenance nightmare. I ended up fixing a lot of things. It was just a short period of time, and that was planned and curated by the staff of the Electronics Museum in Uppsala. We just provided the hardware and of course pitched in with our ideas, but it was also an interactive exhibit and popular and written about quite a lot. But you have to understand that we are all, like, I'm an English language major, and these guys are visual artists. None of us had any idea how to maintain electronics. We had to learn as we went. And like Tony was explaining about fixing the arcade cabinets, there was little to no information available, so we were just like replacing stuff until it's not broken anymore. Sometimes you had to replace quite a few bits. Then that turned into the next big thing. There was a small electricity museum in Hämeenlinna that's now closed, called Elektra. And they had seen the Pela exhibition. They got an idea that they'd like to do something of their own, and they had this very nice thing called Elektrasta Pongit. Elektra was an old game that we actually have on display here at the museum, and it was like 100-year chronicle of electronic things. And so that the plan was for it to run for 1 year. It was so popular they extended it for a second year. Then the Museum of Technology, Tekniikan Museo in Helsinki, picked it up, so they took our machines there. We were of course happy because this was all stuff that we didn't now have to store. But so it was a way for, and you know that's very dangerous when you have like a collector mind, because free space it means you can buy more stuff. And by the time you get your stuff back, you realize, I should probably have not done that. But that also taught us that the one important lesson is that if we wanted to set up a museum like ever, we couldn't do it in Helsinki because stuff kept breaking. They didn't have a budget to fix anything, so it was like, if you're ever in Helsinki, can you stop by and take a look at this? Well, I'm never in Helsinki, and especially not if I'm not being paid. Then it was like they had problems with the hardware. So that was an important lesson that if you set up something like this, you need to have the maintenance agreements in place and people taking care of the hardware. Otherwise, a lot of people will be disappointed. Because I read some very critical reviews about the exhibition. That's very nice and well thought out, but next to nothing works. So that was interesting and got some coverage. And then the discussion about the actual museum. We named our website the Arctic Computer and Console Museum, and we didn't think much of it. We thought it was okay, this is a virtual museum, but of course the idea popped up from time to time. When I read our old interviews in different magazines, it would get mentioned. Like we would bring it up, like we were thinking about, okay, maybe building a museum, but the reality was that it would be difficult. And but then it sort of started changing because the retro came into the mainstream, as has been said several times already, and the fact that we started getting some actual interest from the real cultural academic circles, like for example the TR1 exhibition, and then a very important one, 2012, the Finnish Games Then and Now, curated by Anna-Kaisa Kultima, who sadly couldn't be here today. We also provided hardware for that exhibition, which was one of the cornerstones, it turns out, later on for establishing the Museum of Games, and a lot of the material could be reused in our writing. And but then we always came back to the question of funding, because we had people telling us, yeah, just set up a foundation or just launch it and it will work. But I'm unfortunately too much of a businessman to understand that this is not ever going to make money in a country like Finland. It's too small. And then it would have to be in Helsinki. We're not going there. Our lives are here. So we will need to partner with someone. And I kept bringing this up to Outi to the point where it was probably super annoying. But I kept bringing it up, that we should do something, we should do something. And especially because we wanted to have an interactive museum, because there's no point in putting stuff in glass cases and telling you that this is a great system. Unfortunately, you won't get to try it ever. While all of this was going on, crowdfunding was becoming big. 2013 was the big year of Kickstarter, and none of the massive large-scale failures had appeared yet, so people believed in crowdfunding on a larger scale. There was some efforts in Finland, but nothing like massive. And I noticed that the Retro was selling very well on the crowdfunding platforms as well. In Finland, like I said, the situation is different. Our legislation does not allow us to run Kickstarter campaigns, or we could, but Kickstarter has decided to disallow it because of our legislation. It's possible to run an Indiegogo, but anyway, there's a system called Mecenati that's the dominant one. And then in the spring of 2014, I discussed this topic with, and Manu also did, with the Tuija Lindén, veteran games editor from Finland. She was about to retire. And she said that it's a pity that we never had the Museum of Games. And I said, well, we'll build one, but it'll be in Tampere. And that was like, I took her up on her dare, and I said, okay, I can make this happen, but I need your support, and I need the support of a lot of people. And I emailed a lot of people, and unfortunately, all of them wanted to help. Like, it was astonishing when we first came here for the first meeting, and Outi was showing us, okay, well, we could build it right here. And she was sort of showing us the upstairs, oh, this would be a good place. And that was like, it was a pivotal moment, because up until that one, it was like an abstract thought that like maybe something could happen, and then, okay, clearly they've been thinking about it, really. And the next big thing was Anna-Kaisa, the university, joined us, all of our contacts, Jukka and so on, so we got together a very big group of people with a lot of influence in the industry. And also the fact that the city of Tampere agreed to try crowdfunding, and we set the record which held for a healthy amount of time. So I'd like to close with the fact that Pelimuseosta set out to do a thing, and now we have done the thing. And what do you do once you have done the thing? And this is a real question, because we haven't, like, our website is a mess. We haven't updated in like 5, 6, 10 years. And now it's a new WordPress site, and we've gotten around to like the technologies there, but we never have the time to update it. But we are reinventing ourselves, deciding on what to do actually under this banner in the future. I have some ideas, of course, I always do, but at the moment none of us has the time for it. But anyway, what we will continue to do, because I promised the leaders of Upri, they said, well, once we have this in place, what will we do then? And I said, well, that you don't have to worry about, because we'll be here like all the time. And we have been here all the time, volunteering, building events, promoting, and helping the museum out. And like I said, we got rid of a lot of stuff, and we probably shouldn't have done that either, because somehow I have two warehouses, and for whatever reason they're filling up again. Like it's one of those things. Yeah, that was my last slide. So if you have any questions.
Thank you, Mikko. Maybe time for one question while Lauri sets up. Maybe 2 quick questions. But please. Anyone? Questions?
No, I'm good. Thank you.
Let's give a big round of applause. So, okay, time has come for the last presentation of the day, and a very interesting two-day seminar. And next up we have Lauri Oinen from the National Library of Finland, one of the partners of the Finnish Museum of Games in preserving Finnish game heritage, but also doing a lot of stuff on their own, and probably more than we are doing. Lauri, please.
Hello. As you heard, my name is Lauri Oinen. I work as a library secretary at the National Library of Finland in the legal deposit office. One of my, I do stuff with games. That's the easiest way to describe what I do there. What we have is roughly around 2,000 board games, card games, role-playing games, video games and puzzles, and we get it by the name of law. We are, everything that's published in Finland should be sent to us because of the law, the Act on Collecting and Preserving Cultural Material from 2007, and in 2007 games were added to the law as well. So everything that's published in Finland should come to us, including games. But as well as the physical media, we collect game-related stuff from the internet. We collect also the Finnish internet as well as the physical stuff. Next up, I will present to you some things where you can browse what we have. The next one is an open one, doria.fi, which is a multi-institutional repository maintained by the National Library of Finland. It has a lot of stuff from a lot of organizations, but ours is probably the biggest. And what we've done is we've digitized board games from 1819 to 1949, mostly Finnish games, but also if you're from Sweden, because the donation collection from Professor Markus Brummer-Korvenkontio has Swedish games also, because they've been played in Finland, because we've been under Sweden in the history, and there are a lot of Swedish people, Swedish-talking people, so the games are here, and we got them. So everything in that collection is freely accessible because they have expired copyrights. You can download them, you can print them, you can make playable copies of them. This has been pretty popular. I think the most loads have the Punaisten ja Valkoisten taistelu Suomessa, which is a red and white battle in Finland, which is a civil war game which was published at the year the Civil War was in Finland. It has roughly 3,000 downloads, which is pretty good. The second one is varia.fi, It's not freely accessible because of the Finnish copyright laws, but we have some digitized games also there, but you can only access them through the legal deposit workspaces in Helsinki, Joensuu, Jyväskylä, Oulu, and Turku. Hopefully the copyright laws will change one day and we can give them access free for everyone from their home computers, but that might take a while. Our preservation projects, we've done game-related online harvests in 2010 and 2015. Pelimuseo was the Finnish Museum of Games was also part of it. Niklas participated at that. And also, we're digitizing board games pretty much all the time. We do it in Helsinki, and we have a digitizing center in Mikkeli. They do it as well. We've digitized our magnetic medias. We started it in Mikkeli in 2015. We sent our C64 tapes for them to digitize. They took the audio dumps of them, and we kind of like, we didn't know what to do with them for a while. We knew we can run them on emulators, but we knew they have restrictions, like copy restrictions, which might make them no work. But we have the audios, so we have the media, but we don't know, still don't know how to make them accessible. But the floppy disks we did that as a project with Kasettilamerit. I don't remember the exact amount, but there were hundreds of floppy disks, and Aki Sivula and Tommi Lemppinen from Kasettilamerit did the work in 2 days, if I remember correctly, in Mikkeli, which was pretty astounding and great, because now we have the data in digitized form as well as in the floppy disks. I tried to keep it as short as possible, so this is pretty much what I have. If you have questions, please ask. This is just a scratch of everything we've done, so maybe it's easier if you ask what we do.
Okay, yes.
So, you showed us the board games you're collecting on the base of your deposit law, I guess, and it's also relevant for digital games. All right.
Yeah, we do get games from 2007, but we have earlier games too, but because of the copyright laws, we can't make them freely accessible because they are, newer than from 1949.
Then I have the question: if you're already cooperating with Kassetti-Lamani, the labels from the cassette community. And you said you're very limited to give access because people have to come on site to access what you have digitally archived, but at least it's an option.
Yeah.
And so I wonder why you, if you have considered a setup which would give the layers from the cassette fraction an option to make their dumps available. Of course, in a very, very limited scale, but at least in general. And that, of course, would benefit and makes it more likely that you might get resources for the documentation which is needed. Have you considered such a setup?
We have considered it. We got a donation from Aki from Kasettilamerit a while ago, and we have the data in digital form as well, and we have knowledge of what there is in that dump. But it comes to the resources from us also, that if we get the dump, we probably don't have the resources to go through that and catalog it, even if we get it. And then there's the legal problem as well, that we don't have the physical copies, so we can't put the digital copies available because we don't know the source of them. So that's the problem as well. I don't know if I answered your question
Yes,
properly.
you did answer my question, but that brings me to the next question.
Okay.
Why not starting with a small sample where you can provide them with copies of the disk? They are already documented. 20, 30, 50 of your programs which are somehow safe and which you can offer to be accessed on site, and from that point starting to try to get additional funding, not in-house funding but maybe project funding which you also can join to the application, and start getting further resources for further documentation and for further programs which might be accessible on site.
The idea with Aki's donation is that we will do that step. We will put it available in some form. I don't know when. Hopefully next year. It will take probably 2 years. Who knows? But because we have the data, we have the metadata, we have everything, so we can do it. I think it will be our first demo project for this. So yeah, it will happen at one point. The next step, hopefully when this happens, we will, seek publicity, get publicity. Hopefully the funders find out what we do, realize how important it is, and that's how we get the money. Hopefully, this is hopefully the plan.
Great.
Okay. Any more questions?
Can I just clarify something?
Yeah.
So you heard the presentation earlier where the legal issues were raised as a concern, and that the group over here are trying not to do anything illegal or share the content.
Yep.
Have I understood correctly from your presentation that if you have the disc, you can have the image and emulate it and make it accessible within the library?
In my knowledge, yes.
Great. So, problem solved.
Yeah.
Yeah?
All right. One more question. Okay.
So the National Library only accepts actual publications, and many of those jobs, they aren't actually publications, so those are something we can't take.
So, okay, maybe we will now wrap it up. Thank you for a very interesting discussion. Thank you for your presentation, Lauri. Let's give a big hand. And thank you everybody for a very nice 2 days here in Tampere with collaborative game histories.
And we should announce the next year.
Yes, we will return. So Maria.
Return, yes. James Bond will return.
I think you're wrong. Don't do it.
Hello, hello. Okay, so please come to us. So we opened the seminar also with Jaakko Suominen, but he's unfortunately not here. Anyway, thank you very much for the great days, and we are very happy for this first edition, and we will have the second edition next year, June 1st. Just before the DIGRA Digital Games Research Association Conference, which will happen in Tampere. So we really hope this will be an ongoing Pelimuseo seminar effort that will happen many times in the upcoming years. So this is only the beginning, and we are very happy that you are here with us. And if you have anything to say, Aki.
Thank you so much on my behalf. Yeah.
I don't know why I did it. Sorry. No, I should do that.
Yes, thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much for organizing this seminar so well.
The after party, right. So, our, how to call you, Gleb, in this context? Our bar scene connoisseur, Gleb Albert, is suggesting...
The first thing I went into.
Is suggesting we go to the gastro bar Soho. But maybe we can go to have some food before somewhere else. But yeah, anyway, the plan is that we go somewhere and we end up in a bar and have a good time. That's the plan. Thank you.